All right, I'd like to call to order the special meeting of the Cerritos City Council for May 16th, 2022. Can I have everyone please rise and we'll do the Pledge of Allegiance, please. Right hand over your heart. Ready to begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. You may be seated. Roll call, please.
Council Agency Member Johnson.
Present.
Council Agency Member Solanki.
Present.
Council Agency Member Yokoyama.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Vice Chair Barros.
Present.
Mayor and Chair Vo.
Present. Thank you. We'll move on to item number 4, public comments. This section is reserved for comments related to the items listed on the special meeting agenda only. Anybody from the public wants to address the council, go ahead, step forward or submit a card. Seeing none, and we don't have any cards?
That's correct. And Mayor, for the record, we have received no written correspondence.
Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and close public comments. Let's move on to item 5, new business 5A. Art?
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, extremely pleased this evening to present to you an outstanding budget prepared by an outstanding group of employees. They've worked diligently to get this done and to work on what the council wants for hopefully for the upcoming year. This presentation will be given by Jeff, and he and the group and myself will be happy to answer any questions. Jeff?
Thank you, Mr. Gallucci. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. The item before you this evening is a budget study session for your review and consideration of the preliminary combined financial program for the City of Cerritos and successor agency to the Cerritos Redevelopment Agency for fiscal year 2022-23. The proposed budget before you, which was published on April 29th in conformance with the city's charter, was prepared through an interdepartmental effort over the past several months under the direction of the city manager. Due to those efforts, we are able to present the city manager's preliminary budget for your consideration and input tonight in compliance with the city charter. This is the first of 2 scheduled public budget study sessions with the City Council this year. The second study session is scheduled for a special meeting on June 6th. This session will be a comprehensive presentation provided in 2 main parts, including an overview and analysis of the preliminary budget and a detailed review of the budget document itself. The city manager is seeking direction for the modification of the budget proposal before you this evening. As such, it is recommended that the City Council review and direct modifications on this preliminary budget both tonight and at the study session on June 6th in preparation for its adoption, which is scheduled as a public hearing item for the regular meeting of Thursday, June 23rd. Public notice of this agenda item was published in several locations to encourage community participation. Notices were posted on the city's designated posting boards for the City Council meeting agendas, on the city's website and Facebook page, and banner advertisements were broadcast on TV3. The preliminary budget document and corresponding meeting agenda are available for review by the public either on the City of Cerritos website or by visiting the City Clerk's office in person at City Hall. At this time, we would like to turn your attention to the screens for the budget analysis portion of tonight's review, which is based on the executive summary and the city manager's budget message published within the first few pages of the document. It's important to note that the budget is a planning and communication tool. As one of the most important annual considerations of the City Council, the budget provides a clear framework for programs and services that directly affect the Cerritos residents. In essence, the budget serves as a carefully designed map for the city to meet the priorities established by the residents and the City Council. The annual budget is a combined financial program in that it identifies public funding resources and revenues, establishes governmental and enterprise operating appropriations using expenditure controls, and defines capital projects through a prioritized 5-year forecast in the Capital Improvement Program, or CIP. The combined budget also provides for the operation of the successor agency to the former Cerritos Redevelopment Agency, or successor agency as we call it, through its recognized obligation payment schedule, or ROPS. The preparation and review of the annual budget provides the City Council the best opportunity to review the city operations and capital planning and carefully evaluate the effectiveness and success of the city's activities. As an essential part of this process, is understanding the basic structure of the budget document itself, which we have here on the screen. It's designed to provide analysis, summaries, details, and departmental line item control for operational activity. To encourage community understanding and participation, this slide is meant to serve as a quick reference guide to the budget document's sectional layout. The city does not have the preliminary budget professionally printed as we do with the adopted budget, and this is to help reduce costs and increase efficiency of the budget process itself. However, upon adoption of the budget by the City Council, the Budget Office will arrange for the printing of the final document inclusive of the traditional color sections format that you can see here on the screen. The document has 9 main sections. The introduction pages, which includes the table of contents, city manager budget message, organizational chart, and introduction to the budget process. The blue pages is the fund balance statements. The amber pages will be revenues. Then we have expenditure summaries, including operations and CIP combined, departmental budgets and activity descriptions, budgeted personnel positions and salary tables, capital improvement program, or CIP as we call it, including funding sources, the successor agency total activity, and the appendices in the back of the book, which house resolutions, acronyms, definitions, and demographics that will be in the final section of the budget document. A PDF copy of the budget is posted on the city's website for easy access and viewing online. The budget PDF is searchable, it is bookmarked, and it contains active links and a table of contents, and also has hyperlinks within the document itself for easy navigation. There are strategic hyperlinks within the city manager's budget message and throughout the digital document, and again, that allows for users and viewers to click between pages with ease with those pieces of information that are interconnected. The budget PDF is downloadable so that users can add their own bookmarks. They can highlight sections and text and insert their own personal comments if they so choose. These capabilities have been added and refined over the past few years to encourage community engagement and facilitate understanding of the city's budget and budget development process. The introduction section of the budget includes the city manager's budget message to the City Council, which serves as an executive summary and analysis of the proposed budget detailed throughout the document. Tonight's on-screen presentation is reflective of this message and provides additional detail and context for budget review and consideration by the City Council. The beginning of this message serves to communicate budget highlights and objectives. 2 years ago, the world was confronted with the unprecedented challenges caused by COVID-19. Although the city was and remains fiscally strong, it was not insulated from the economic disruptions caused by the pandemic shutdowns of several sales tax generating business sectors and city operations. Faced with the prospect of a deteriorating economy that threatened the city's primary revenues, the City Council acted swiftly to protect the community's funding and reserves. Consequently, the city achieved a budget reduction of $7.5 million for fiscal year 2020-21 as a temporary measure made with the optimism that a recovery period would commence in the first half of that same year. The pandemic impacts and economic challenges continued for longer than anticipated, well into fiscal year 21-22, with the city's general fund revenues bearing most of the burden. Despite sales tax losses in key sectors, overall sales tax revenue continued its unforeseen growth over this past year. The first half of the year was budgeted with reductions in expenditures through continued suspensions of city operations in facilities such as the Swim Center, Senior Center, Library, and Cerritos Center for the Performing Arts, or CCPA. Through the City Council's leadership and careful stewardship of the city's finances before and during the COVID-19 pandemic, Cerritos remains the premier community in Southern California with solid financial footing. In an effort to balance the budget as the city revenues recover, the new budget before you for fiscal year 22-23 works to restore city services and operations to pre-pandemic levels. The proposed budget also includes substantial general fund reserve growth, providing the City Council with additional financial security and the ability to respond to the needs of the community as deemed appropriate. In consideration of the City Council's measured fiscal management of the community's financial resources, especially during the COVID-19 pandemic, the following budgeted objectives were accomplished in the budget before you. Protect and maintain general fund reserves while working to restore all city services. manage expenditures and personnel and operations to accommodate the reopening of city facilities, manage the rising costs of law enforcement and public safety without reducing crime prevention, and address city infrastructure and capital maintenance needs through the CIP utilizing non-general fund resources such as grants and reimbursements whenever possible. For the City Council's review and consideration, tonight staff presents the City Manager's preliminary balanced budget proposal, wherein the ongoing operating expenditures are met by recurring revenues. It also includes the capital improvement program that utilizes significant funding from restricted one-time revenues and reserves, along with conservative use of general fund transfers. This slide provides a high-level summary overview of the city's budget as originally adopted for the current year, the year-end estimate for this year, and most importantly, the preliminary budget for 22-23 based on the proposal before you. The city's projected revenues are $124 million, and proposed expenditures are $121.8 million, for all funds resulting in a combined surplus of $2.1 million. A deeper analysis reveals that the operations portion of the budget has an estimated surplus of $7.5 million, where recurring revenues of $113.3 million would be appropriated for ongoing personnel operations and maintenance expenditures of $105.8 million. One-time capital equipment purchases of $1.4 million are funded by general fund transfer to the equipment replacement fund of $1.2 million and by the water fund for its enterprise-related equipment purchases of $165,000. The CIP section of the budget provides for $14.7 million one-time expense for capital improvements, as is funded through restricted and one-time revenues of $10.6 million, restricted and assigned reserves of $2.5 million, and general fund transfers of $1.6 million. Also shown here the estimated balances of all funds combined year over year from the last adopted budget, with next year's forecast coming in at $129.5 million combined for cash reserves. This increases from last year's forecast and indicates significant progress in growing and maintaining total reserves, despite being state mandated, to encumber another $1 million from your housing asset fund next year. This slide provides a high-level summary overview of the city's general fund budget, comparing the original adopted budget for the current year and the year-end estimate for this year, along with the preliminary budget before you. The general fund, which provides the city's main operating funds, is projected to increase by $5 million in cash reserves, ending fiscal year 22-23 with an estimated balance of $84.5 million. A brief review of the city's fund balances in this proposal will also help illustrate the strong financial position of the city. This slide shows the composition of the city's estimated fund balances by the end of next fiscal year based on this proposal. This information is available in the fund pages section throughout the document. The combined fund balance is expected to be about $129.5 million for all funds, with the general fund claiming the largest share at $84.5 million. The general fund miscellaneous funds include restricted funds and assigned funds such as art and public places and the CCPA endowment, as well as earthquake preparedness fund for about $15.7 million combined. Special revenue funds, which are mostly restricted funds, are projected at $14.9 million. And in many cases, as you know, the city spends everything it receives annually that is designated in these restricted funds. What is not used is carried forward in fund balance, represented by the orange slice here. Of course, the largest portion of that total comes from your $10.2 million in fund balance from the Housing Asset Fund. It's also important to note that the preliminary budget encumbers the final $1 million of $7 million total for the proposed mixed-use infill development as mandated by the state. These encumbrances show as expenses in the budget, but will remain in the Housing Asset Fund reserves and remain encumbered for this project until they are actually utilized or the project is abandoned. In the case of these funds, the city must encumber them or forfeit the funding and return it back to the state. This is important to understand because these reserves cannot be held forever and must be expended eventually, as is the case with most government finances used for public services over time. The only internal service fund is the equipment replacement fund, which is maintaining reserves of $10.5 million. The normal year-end balance next year, excuse me, for the municipal improvement fund, which is a capital projects fund, is expected to remain at zero since the long-term assigned reserves for the Revolve building and the swim center rehabilitation have been completely expended on those assigned projects. Enterprise funds, including sewer, water, reclaimed water, and the electric utility, are expected to reduce slightly to $3.8 million combined. The overview of revenues, expenditures, and total fund balances does not consider the restricted nature of nearly all of the city's individual funds and their interactions with each other through overhead allocations, transfers, and loans. This is because the city does not operate on one bottom line, but rather operates 31 independent funds, each with their own considerations, each with their own bottom line, and that is, they are separate and distinct from each other. This allows the city to operate with accountability for restrictions and demonstrate that revenues and resources are spent only for their intended and legal purpose. The next set of slides are meant to illustrate these distinctions from a different perspective. They will separate government type from business type funding to highlight the differences in areas of operational significance for the City Council's consideration and budget modifications and adoption. The preliminary budget recognizes unique fund positions and respective restricted uses to maximize citywide operations and improvements while protecting general fund reserves whenever possible. Balancing the budget includes strategic and planned use of fund balances as needed to meet the proposed expenditures, which is especially important considering the restoration of services to pre-pandemic levels. This slide represents the composition of your government funds at $125.7 million. These are the public service funds that are used to provide public services, programs, and related capital improvements to things like streets and parks and government buildings. Most of the individual funds in these classifications are restricted or assigned for specific use. Governmental fund use is proposed with a surplus of $7.5 million next year and a spendable reserve growth of $5.9 million in the preliminary budget. Of course, we see the general fund here again at $84.5 million. This is a $5 million increase from the current year-end estimate after our mid-year update and based on the ACFR activity reported to the City Council in January. In the context of a post-pandemic recovery and return to normal operations, the addition of significant capital to the general fund provides the City Council with several flexible options to respond to the needs of the community moving forward. As this spendable reserve is unrestricted, it is available for any purpose deemed necessary by the City Council. This is a composition of the enterprise funds, including sewer, water, reclaimed water, and the electric utility. These are the business type funds in your budget that are restricted and meant to be self-balancing with appropriate reserve levels to handle long-term capital infrastructure needs and operational cash flow requirements. Collectively, the enterprise funds present a deficit position of $5.4 million with a projected decline in spendable reserves of $200,000 after all transfers and general fund loans of $1.8 million in the preliminary budget. As you can see here, the city is once again projecting zero balances on the sewer and electric utility funds next year, as these operations are in a deficit position. The water fund balance will decline slightly with the end of the rate increases combined with Measure W transfers, contributing to water-related capital improvements that may otherwise have required a general fund subsidy. The water fund is projected to end 22-23 with a fund balance of $2.5 million. Reclaimed water will also end with a fund balance of about $1.3 million, which is holding steady compared with previous years. To further understand how the city's resources are being used, here we have 8 years of actual activity as reported in the ACFR ending June 30th, 2021. You can see that revenues have consistently exceeded expenditures on the government side since 2013-14, with fiscal year 22-23 ending in a, with fiscal year 2020-21 ending in a surplus of $6.5 million. The aberration in fiscal year 2016-2017 represents a special expense activity in excess of revenues as directed by the City Council at that time to purchase the former Cerritos Redevelopment Agency, or CRA, properties for $11 million as part of the dissolution settlement with the state. These properties are now generating recurring unrestricted resources for the city by way of ground rent and lease revenues in the general fund. And we'll go over those in some more detail a little bit later on. Conversely, the enterprise funds continue to indicate combined deficit positions over the same period year after year. This is mainly due to the electric utility, water, and sewer businesses, since reclaimed water has successfully maintained modest reserves for several years. You can see that expenses have consistently exceeded revenues since before 2013-2014, with the last reported year of actuals 2020-21 ending in a $2.6 million deficit. Here we can see the combined city revenue. Let me go back here. Sorry about that. This continuous enterprise deficit and shortfall requires general fund loans each year to subsidize those funds in a deficit position. This chart shows the loan balances owed to the general fund from each enterprise activity. Note the $0 bar across the top and the negative position for each fund in aggregate by year, with fiscal year 22-23 projected to end with total loans of about $49.6 million. This is after non-loan transfers, such as the successor loan repayment transfer of $860,000 to the electric utility. General fund monies advanced to the enterprise funds that are not reimbursed by the end of the fiscal year constitute a loan at an interest rate of 2.5% and booked as a receivable to the general fund for future repayment. The side effect of this loan activity is the reduction of general fund cash reserves until the loans are repaid. Within the context of rising operational costs and aging infrastructure, the positive balances in water and reclaimed water, along with the substantial general fund reserves for emergency use and loans of these funds, gives the council flexibility to respond to unforeseen enterprise expenses while protecting other government reserves as much as possible. Despite the longer-term deficits in enterprise activity, the city's substantial cash reserves provides the city council with additional abilities to respond to such unforeseen issues should they occur throughout the fiscal year. The next section of the budget covers the citywide revenues for all funds, which will be highlighted in the following slides by using visualizations to emphasize both overviews and significant activity. This information is compiled from data within the revenue section of the budget document. Here we can see the combined city revenue history and trends for the past 10 years. The budget forecasts $124 million in combined city revenues next year, inclusive of all funds, which is an increase of $10.1 million year over year. The growth in forecasted revenues is mainly due to projected gains in sales tax of $7.6 million year over year, and along with various reimbursements for CIP projects throughout a variety of funds. Budgets prior to last year calculated successor agency principal loan repayments as loan balance reductions only. The fiscal year 22-23 proposed budget before you includes $4.1 million in principal loan repayments and $445,000 in interest as revenue to the city to more easily recognize cash inflows for planning purposes. $830,000 of this principal is restricted for facilitation of affordable housing, and as such is deposited directly into the Housing Asset Fund. This slide illustrates the composition of revenues by type, with the general fund claiming about 70% of the overall revenue stream at $86.7 million. The enterprise funds represent about 17% of the overall revenue, and that those combined are $20.8 million. The city's other governmental funds claim the remaining 13%. This chart drills into the revenue of the general fund and provides a composite view. The general fund, of course, generates the most of the city's revenues. The largest share of these revenues, of course, comes from taxes at 62%. That's where sales tax is budgeted and collected. The use of money and property category is 17%, which provides diversification in your revenue streams from your ground lease portfolio. Intergovernmental revenues are returning to pre-pandemic levels of about 8%, and current fees and services increase significantly next year to 7% of the general fund revenues, and this is due to the projected full season of ticket sales for performances at Cerritos Center for the Performing Arts. Revenues are the critical funding that the City Council appropriates each year for various programs, operations, and CIP based on the priorities of the community. They can take many forms and be available for a variety of reasons, and there are resources and revenues that are deemed recurring, such as sales and use tax, water sales, and transient occupancy tax, or TOT, that are relatively predictable and are included each year. There are also one-time resources and revenues, such as grants and reimbursements, and those are usually used for one-time or restricted uses, such as those in the CIP or other special projects within operations. This slide is meant to provide a graphic visualization of changes to the city's top 10 recurring revenues in aggregate from the original fiscal year 21-22 adopted budget to its year-end estimate, and finally to the projection for next year 22-23. Here you can see these 10 revenues make up about 69% of the total forecast next year, with sales tax being largest of the 10 resources. These are the recurring revenues for the city, which is important to track and analyze over time, because as the city as the City Council is aware, the city depends on these each year to fund our ongoing operations and to structurally balance the budget. The totals you see here do not include one-time revenues such as grants and reimbursements, because they are not consistently available year over year. In aggregate, the proposed budget is projecting $85.7 million from these sources, up from $74.7 million year over year. This is a truly remarkable increase considering the economic impacts on the city's resources during the pandemic over the last 2 years. This chart zooms into the governmental revenues and removes the enterprise revenues. These revenues make up nearly $103 million, or just over $103 million, for all of your revenues next year. Again, highlighting the size of the general fund inflows here that provide for a variety of municipal functions. The city's primary source of recurring revenue is, of course, sales tax. It makes up approximately 1/3 of the city's combined annual revenue streams. Based on analysis from the city's sales tax consultant, the original 21-22 forecast of $36.4 million had unexpected growth as the city worked to recover from the pandemic-driven business closures that began in late fiscal year 2019-20. As you can see here, 2019-20 was the pandemic-driven dip in sales tax, if you will, which occurred in Q2 of calendar year 2020. Year-end estimates for 21-22 include substantial gains, with an updated forecast of $42.4 million. This is an increase of $6 million from the original forecast just 1 year ago. This is represented by the second dip in the chart. That was the original forecast. Economic outlooks indicate a slight deceleration and return to normal growth trends in fiscal year 22-23, and a budget forecast of $44 million for this unrestricted and vital resource. Now, this slide is meant to focus on recent actual history of sales tax, budgets, and latest forecasting trends. The graph highlights the relationship between budget and the dotted line below, and the actual revenue in the solid amber line above. The revised year-end estimate for this year and the forecast and the proposed budget are shown in the dashed blue line above. These projections demonstrate the accelerated growth in sales tax activity due to pent-up consumer demand between last fiscal year and the current year. The divergent relationship between the budget and the actual revenue for the city also illustrates the unexpected and strong gains as sales tax recovers from the pandemic low point of 2019-2020. The long-term sales tax forecast indicates, as I mentioned, a deceleration in sales tax activity over the next 2 or 3 years, beginning in 22-23. To be clear, this projection is not one of a decline in revenues, but rather a return to more traditional growth, such as 3 to 5% that we are accustomed to seeing. And this is after the pandemic recovery boom, if you will, winds down. This effect can be seen on the chart here as the forecast begins to level off after such strong gains over the past 2 years. City's sales tax consultant provides quarterly detailed and confidential analysis of the city's sales tax revenues, which staff monitors very closely. Staff is pleased to report that Cerritos has increased its rank from last year to the number 43 position in the state out of 539 agencies for total sales tax collected. As you can see, we are leading cities such as Beverly Hills, Santa Monica, Pasadena, Thousand Oaks, Burbank, and Fullerton, just to name a few. This ranking and quarterly analysis emphasizes the strength and economic power and economic development of the city of Cerritos that funds ongoing operations and public service programs to the community. The city is anticipating $6.5 million in funds from vehicle registration fees. This is a significant and stable source of revenue that continues to slowly but steadily increase year over year. The projection for the upcoming year represents an increase of $200,000 from last year. This slide shows the long-range history of the ground rent and lease revenues for the city. And we are forecasting $8.4 million in ground rent and lease revenue next year from all of the city's properties here in Cerritos.
Jeff, before you leave this slide, can we get, I'm just thinking back to a number of years ago, on the town center, it's a 99-year lease, and there's a sunset date where the property becomes ours. And if I remember correctly, it's around $23 million that we would get in a year from the ground rents. Can you supply the years that these leases expire and what the projected revenue is by the end of those? Not today, but at our next meeting.
I'm sure we could work that out with finance and community development as a forecast, absolutely.
Okay, thank you. I think it just should help us to put this in perspective.
Okay. Here we have a composition breakdown of ground rent and lease revenues. This includes the town center that you were just asking about at $5.2 million for next year, and that's 62% of your total from this revenue stream. This is the largest share of the revenue classification. The portfolio also includes the properties at Lincoln Station, the TVL Global Logistics lease at the Moore Street Warehouse, the Kia and Jaguar Land Rover dealerships in the Cerritos Auto Square, and the recently renovated and dedicated Revolve building on 183rd Street across from the Civic Center. Fiscal year 22-23 marks the first year of lease revenue of $480,000 collected on that recently rehabilitated building. Rehabilitation of the property commenced last year using several initial resources of funding, including the insurance distributions of $5.2 million for previous building damages and $1.1 million from the sale of the former Cerritos Astra Museum assets. Construction costs will also be offset by the building's tenant, Revolve Clothing, through a City Council approved long-term lease agreement with a gross potential of $16 million over 25 years. Further, the city will benefit from the ongoing sales tax revenue generated by this strong and Cerritos top 25 sales tax producing company. The city is a no-low property tax city, which means it does not assess property tax on residents or businesses. However, we do receive an annual subsidy from the county based on a formula that utilizes assessed valuation as a criteria. As you can see here, the assessed valuation for 2021 reached the unprecedented $10.9 billion based on the most recent LA County Assessor's report. As such, the no-low revenues based on the assessed valuation that you just saw are forecast here at $4.1 million, up just slightly from last year. This is another recurring revenue that is slowly but steadily climbing as a stable general fund resource. This graph shows 10 years of historical and the latest forecast of combined revenues generated by CCPA activities, which is a general fund operation assigned to the theater department. The combined revenues include ticket sales, rentals, and other operating fees. This slide clearly shows the effects of the pandemic on the theater department specifically, as operations were eliminated or severely reduced during the forced facility closure from the pandemic. Consequently, the revenues were reduced to almost zero during that time. Similar pandemic-driven trends can be seen throughout general fund revenues, particularly in citywide facility rental incomes and TOT. Fiscal year 2019-2020 saw revenue declines when shows were initially canceled and tickets refunded at the end of that season. CCPA was originally planned for a reopening in December of 2020. However, state and county impositions on places of public gathering precluded the reopening, thereby reducing revenues to zero for last year. Current year revenues reflect CCPA's partial season of performances this year, which is a return with a return to full season programming in the new fiscal year ahead. It's important to note that the city applied for and received unanticipated revenues in the current year through the Shuttered Venue Operators Grant, or SVOG, providing approximately $4.2 million to the general fund. Although these revenues were received as non-departmental income, the increase is included here in the dashed line with the star at the peak to visualize the net impact on the general fund as it relates to CCPA operations. SVOG funding is intended to financially assist arts and entertainment venues, such as CCPA, to recover from forced closures during the pandemic. The city's funding allocation was used to directly offset theater department expenses in the general fund in accordance with the grant's restrictions and expenditure deadlines. The resulting savings of $4.2 million in the general fund operations were transferred at mid-year to the CCPA endowment fund and reserved for CIP use, such as roof replacement at CCPA. As the theater department prepares for a return to pre-pandemic levels of programming this fall, the increase in recurring combined revenues is demonstrated here and expected to climb to $5.1 million. As mentioned, CCPA is operated by the theater department, which is a general fund department within the budget. To consolidate and show all of the revenue sources generated by CCPA, both in the general fund and the CCPA endowment fund, this pie chart shows the total revenues of $5.1 million that the theater department is projecting for next year. As you can see, most revenues reside in the general fund, with the largest portion from ticket sales at $4.6 million, followed by rentals and reimbursements at $200,000. Handling fees of $5 per ticket combined with merchandise sales and credit card expenses are forecasted at $56,000. These figures represent a spin-up of operations and programming for performances scheduled to commence in October of this year. With year-round rental availability, the theater department is providing conservative projections on rental activity as the event industry recovers from the pandemic. Revenue to CCPA endowment fund is a modest $215,000, which is a combination of interest income and passive donations. However, this fund's reserve at the end of next fiscal year is projected to be $10.7 million, an increase of $2.6 million from the original adopted budget this year, and that's due to the SVOG-related savings transfer that I mentioned a moment ago. City's trash franchise revenue history and forecasts are provided in this graph, with $1.5 million expected next year. This is another steady general fund revenue for the city to use in its regular and ongoing operations. And in this slide, we have a trash rate comparison that also provides the area average with a dotted red line at $22.77 per month. Cerritos provides an outstanding rate as compared with other nearby agencies at $2.35 below the area average as provided by Environmental Services. These rates do not reflect the recently state-mandated organics recycling program, which will be detailed for the City Council's review in an upcoming public meeting. Nevertheless, Cerritos standard residential trash rates remain among the lowest in the area. This donut pie chart zooms into the enterprise revenue composition and removes the governmental revenues. Here we can see these revenues make up nearly $20.8 million of the total citywide income next year, with the water fund claiming 2/3 of all enterprise revenues at $14 million. Here we can see the 10-year history and the $14 million forecast for those same water revenues. This steady increase over time is the result of water rate increases, which helped to eventually build a small reserve over the past few years. As the scheduled rate increases have ended and the cost of water operations continues to increase, the water fund reserves are projected to decrease to $2.5 million next year. This slide provides a comparison of water rates based on 36 units of consumption. You can see here that Cerritos continues to provide a very competitive and low water rate compared to other agencies in the surrounding areas. With an average of $172 in the study, Cerritos water rates are $63 below that average. The next section of the budget covers departmental appropriations or expenditures, which will be highlighted in the following slides using visualizations to emphasize both overviews and significant activity. This information is compiled from data in the departmental budget section of the budget document. Budget allocates $121.8 million for all city services, programs, and capital outlay, including the CIP, but not including successor agency activity. This graph shows the 10-year history and proposed budget next year, indicating the steady increases in expenses over time throughout the city's combined budget. The dip in the fiscal year 2020-21 clearly illustrates the pandemic-driven expenditure reductions due to the facility closures citywide during that time. The next few slides will explain some of the detail that goes into the operational side of the expenses you see here. The city's ongoing operational costs, which include personnel, operations and maintenance, and capital outlay in the form of equipment, are estimated at about $107 million in the overall budget next year. These costs do not include capital improvements. This chart shows the emphasis on community and safety services at $29.6 million for nearly one-third of total citywide operations. This includes law enforcement, recreation, community participation, and senior center services. Public Works, Water and Power is at $39.4 million, which is more than a third of the total operations citywide, and this includes services such as tree trimming, facility and street maintenance, and engineering, along with the water, sewer, reclaimed water, and electric utilities. One-time capital equipment purchases of $1.4 million are primarily found within the Administrative Services Department as part of the Property Control Cost Center. This is a different view of the same $107 million in the operational expenses proposed for next year. It is showing the composition by category. Here we can see $60.3 million for operations and maintenance at 56% of your total, and this includes aggregate expenses such as professional and outside services, fees and supplies, and other maintenance costs. Personnel is nearly $45.4 million for 42% of the total composition. This includes city staffing costs such as earnings, fringe benefits, and overtime. Capital outlay is, as I mentioned, $1.4 million for 1% of the composition shown above. This includes capitalized equipment over $10,000, such as motor vehicles and machinery. This slide represents a visualization of budget variations by department based on the expense summaries provided in the budget document. These expenditures are operational with capital equipment, but do not include CIP activity. The operating budget was developed by starting with last year's actual expenditures as a base, analyzing adjustments, and calculating current and projected service levels and programs. Overall, the operating budget, not including capital outlay and CIP activity, provides an estimated $7.5 million surplus position. This was achieved despite a $13 million year-over-year increase due to post-pandemic restorations in personnel and services, reopening of city facilities, increases in contract services, the addition of new positions in various departments, and the cost of living adjustments or COLAs of 2% for each of 2 consecutive fiscal years. Highlights for operational expenses increases include adjustments of $750,000 in the LA County Sheriff's Department contract and the addition of a commercial truck enforcement deputy and dedicated vehicle. $790,000 to accommodate the recently City Council approved landscape maintenance contract in Public Works, $280,000 in costs associated with communications and in support of reopening various facilities, and $1.7 million in theater department expenses for a full season of reopening at the CCPA, rental activities, and support of city-sponsored events. As mentioned, capital equipment purchases are included in the proposal at $1.4 million, which are detailed in the Property Control Cost Center number 552. Capital equipment purchases and equipment maintenance and property control use the Equipment Replacement Fund, or ERF, revenues of $140,000 and a portion of its $10.5 million fund balance when needed. In the absence of replenishments, the ERF would be depleted in 10 to 15 years, depending on assigned uses. In continuation with the City Council's direction from last year, the budget provides for a matching general fund transfer of $1.2 million to maintain ERF reserve levels through at least June 2023. Additional capital equipment is detailed in the budget for replacement of water operations trucks for $165,000, which are expensed directly to the water fund. These next two slides emphasize the support to community groups. They are ranked highest to lowest and include those organizations traditionally included in the budget each year. This is a year-to-year comparison for each group, and this specific detail is shown in aggregate only within the budget document, so it's helpful for the City Council to see diversity of community support through these itemization slides. The Cerritos Chamber is scheduled for $40,000 again next year, and Community Family Guidance is at $22,500. Towards the bottom of the first slide here, we have the annual rabies clinics, which are programmed for $6,000, and the YMCA is set to receive the traditional $5,400 again next year. On the second slide, we have the American Red Cross remaining at $2,250, the 1st Combat Engineer Battalion at $1,500, and we can also see the return of the Red Ribbon Campaign at $960. The bottom of the list, you can see the support to community groups totals just over $130,000 in the proposed budget for next year. The Capital Improvement Program, or CIP as we call it, for next year is proposed at $14.7 million for projects that are mainly focused on one-time improvements throughout the community. Efforts were made to identify and utilize one-time resources such as restricted and surplus revenues, fund balances, grants, reimbursements, and deferred revenue to meet the objective of protecting general fund reserves whenever possible. As a result of these efforts, the CIP is funded through a combination of restricted and/or one-time revenues of $10.6 million, restricted reserves of $2.5 million, and general fund transfers of $1.6 million. The following slides highlight some of the proposed activities within the program, all of which are available in the budget document at both the summary and detailed level. This is a graphical representation of the CIP current year, proposed and 4-year projections, which illustrates the potential expense of new construction and major repairs of existing assets. The city invests, as the city invests in its capital assets, its net position will experience growth. This, of course, adds to longevity and value to the city outside of regular operational expenditures. Due to the fiscal stewardship of the City Council and the resulting strong fund positions, the city is fortunate to be able to propose such substantial capital projects without incurring debt to achieve the improvements. This slide illustrates the composition of the $14.7 million CIP program. As you can see here, priorities are focused on water improvements, which is about 33% of the program, streets and highways for 34%, and government buildings for about 20% of the program. The other projects classification is at 10%, and that's where the $1 million encumbrance is for the housing infill project discussed earlier. The identification of funding sources for the CIP is a critical step in the budgeting process, as it helps not only ensure proper use of restricted funding, but also serves to maximize its use and reduce those expenses to the general fund. The first few pages of the CIP section focus on funding sources by project to help achieve this level of review. Here we can see the visualization of those funding sources, of which there are many. Top of the list, representing more than half the CIP project resources for next year combined, is the Street Improvement Fund at 22%, followed by Measure W at 17%, and the Water Fund is at 15%. Government buildings is a classification in the CIP. It's proposed for $3 million next year. Some of the highlights for this activity include $1 million in general fund resources for various projects, including partial CPE California room improvements, library carpet replacement, phone system replacement citywide, and security system replacements. $235,000 in Measure A resources for the other part of the CPE California room improvements, and $1.75 million in CCPA endowment resources, again using part of those SVOG savings discussed earlier for the CCPA roof replacement and Pro Tower upgrades. The other projects classification is budgeted at about $1.4 million, includes the $1 million in restricted housing asset fund reserves for the proposed mixed-use residential infill development of affordable housing, $381,000 in restricted street fund reimbursements for residential pine tree reforestation, and $30,000 of Art and Public Places fund resources for the sculpture garden. The proposed mixed-use residential infill development project provides for future development of housing in the city of Cerritos, including affordable housing. This project, as I mentioned earlier, encumbered $6 million of housing asset fund reserve over the past 2 fiscal years in compliance with state requirements. It's important to note that these encumbrances will show as expenses for budgetary purposes, but will remain in fund balance project reserves until they are expended or released. In future years, these encumbrances will show as actual expenses again in the budget, and this is important to understand as the movement of these mandatory encumbrances and expenses in the budget will eventually impact the ACFR statements and influence the housing asset fund balance over time, budget to actual. In your parks and open space, we have a proposal for $490,000 next year for a variety of projects. $425,000 is funded by Measure A for Heritage Park and the skate park, and $65,000 in general fund resources for citywide park and playground improvements. Sewer improvements are proposed at $50,000 for just one project using restricted Measure W funds for the rehabilitation of dewatering stations citywide. And the streets and highways projects next year will be using a variety of fund sources to support the $4.9 million of improvements in city streets. Here we have $2.7 million in street fund reimbursements for the Del Amo Bridge rehabilitation and the Metro Intersections Hotspots projects. $1.8 million in combined RMRA and Measure M funding for Dumont Avenue and residential streets rehabilitation, and $320,000 in CDBG and SB 821 restricted funding for ADA curb ramps. Water improvements continue in the CIP program for $4.8 million next year. Some of the highlights in this classification include $2.5 million in restricted Measure W funding for a regional stormwater capture facility, MPDES implementation, and Civic Center groundwater remediation. $1.8 million in restricted water fund resources for C5, the C5 water well. This is deferred WRD legal settlement revenue, and what that means is we collected the money several years ago. It was held in stasis, and we show it as revenue as it's expensed against the project. $150,000 in general fund resources for valve replacements, and $200,000 in reclaimed water fund resources for various projects. Next few slides will cover successor agency highlights and activities. Beginning with last year, the budget document consolidates successor agency activity into its own section, and that can be found following the CIP section in the budget document. This facilitates comprehensive review of the agency that operates independently from regular city operations and capital improvements. At the end of 2011, the California Supreme Court issued a ruling that eliminated redevelopment agencies effective February 1st, 2012. The impact of that ruling was the elimination of redevelopment tax increment funds totaling nearly $30 million annually for the city. As the City Council is very well aware, this action had a significant impact on city operations. In 2017, the city received approval from the California State Department of Finance, or DOF, for its last and final ROPS, which provided a permanent guarantee that all the successor agencies' existing obligations, including the city's loan of $67 million, would be repaid. As part of that settlement, the city was able to acquire several properties, including the Cerritos Town Center, Lincoln Station, Jaguar Land Rover dealership site, and the Kia dealership site. As discussed earlier, the city purchased the former CRA properties for $11 million as part of that dissolution settlement with the state. Those properties are now generating recurring unrestricted resources for the city by way of ground rent and lease revenues in the general fund, valued at $7.3 million next year, with steady increases each year moving forward. At the end of their ground lease terms, these properties are projected to be valued at $2.72 billion, according to an independent consultant. The loan repayment next year is scheduled at $4.8 million in principal and $445,000 in interest, in addition to the recurring lease revenues. Provided here is a summary of the successor agency RPTTF fund activity. The projected reimbursement revenue is $16 million for next year. These funds are set aside for the reimbursement and distribution of enforceable obligations of the former CRA, as shown here in matching expenditures. As the city anticipates a strong recovery from 2 years of pandemic-driven challenges, the restoration of programs and services to this great community have become the focus moving forward. This budget is crafted to achieve that goal by ensuring that expenditures are below projected revenues for the City Council's review and consideration. Further, this budget protects and grows reserves in order to provide the City Council with opportunities to respond appropriately to changing conditions while continuing to provide both core and hallmark services for the Cerritos community. In light of the surplus position and growing reserves presented in the summary overview this evening, staff is compiling a list of supplemental one-time CIP projects for discussion at the next budget study session on June 6th that the City Council may wish to consider adding to this budget. Additionally, staff will present some recommended updates to the budget as it relates to proposed expenses and projected revenues. Pending the discussions and direction by the City Council this evening and at the next budget study session, staff will document potential changes to a budget resolution in preparation for its adoption at a public hearing on June 23rd. Next up this evening is the second and final part of tonight's report, which is a sectional review of the preliminary budget document itself. Accountant Peter Kemp and Deputy Director of Public Works, Water and Power, and City Engineer Dario Samoas will be joining me in the sectional review to discuss highlights and important elements as we move through the physical document. If you open your budget books, I'll run through the introductory section in just a moment. Is it possible we could get the lights back on? Thank you. So as we open the preliminary budget document, this is the proposed budget for fiscal year 2022-2023. The opening section starts off with the table of contents. Most sections are documented in very good detail, so you can easily find the section that you're looking for. Additionally, if you're looking at the PDF copy online, you can click on the page number to the right and actually hyperlink directly to that page in the document if you're looking for specific information in the table of contents. Past table of contents beginning on page 9 is the City of Cerritos organizational chart. Of course, the Cerritos residents are at the very top, migrating down through the Cerritos City Council and through the respective charter employees and departments below. On page 11, we have the city manager's budget message. This is the transmittal message that goes with the budget document. It's a comprehensive overview and some detailed analysis on the budget pages that follow. This brief introduction to the budget itself really helps navigate the budget detail in the pages that follow. Sometimes the budget detail can be a little bit overwhelming, so the budget message really serves to provide a really summary and comprehensive view at all of the specific details that follow in the budget. There's also charts and graphs that show trends over time and compositions that we showed in our PowerPoint this evening. Page 21 is the developing a budget page. Very quickly, this just shows what the budget development process looks like over the course of a year. It is a year-long endeavor to develop and manage the budget for the City of Cerritos. And then the next section is the fund pages. This is the summary and statement of fund balances and reserves. These documents are prepared by the Finance Division each year. And to run through these in a little bit more detail, I'd like to turn over the presentation to Accountant Peter Kemp. Peter?
Thank you, Jeff. Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. This evening, I will
I'm sorry,
cover...
hold on real quick.
Yeah.
I'm sorry to cut you off real quick, but
Problem.
because it's such a big document and we're going to be going through this at fairly decent speed, I'm going to ask my council colleagues, would you rather ask questions as we go and stop the presentation, or would you want to ask questions at the very end? Would it be easier for us to do it as we go?
I think it'd be more efficient, to do it section by section.
Is that a consensus from the council, or would you like to just wait?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so if that's the case, then for the staff that's presenting the report, we may be interrupting you as we go, so just expect that. And then since we're doing that, let's go back to the organizational chart. I have a question of that. I noticed that it's just more of a question of how the formats change. The years previous would list council members as well as the city manager. In this case, it doesn't list anybody. It just has titles only. Is there a reason why we did that?
Yes, we actually received some direction from the city manager's office just to standardize the format of it, because this organizational chart is used in a few documents throughout the city, and some of those documents are not updated every year. So the idea was use something that could be standardized for multiple purposes citywide. I would turn your attention to page 3, which unfortunately is blank at this point, but this is the page where once the budget is adopted, we work with the city clerk's office to make sure we have all of the city council names, commission and committee names correct, and we list those traditionally on this page. So the city council's names, committees, commissions, and the charter employee names will appear on this page for the adopted budget.
Okay, thank you. All right, I'm sorry. Go ahead, staff, and continue. And again, my colleagues, if you have questions as we go, please interject.
Thank you, Mayor. This evening, I will cover our fund pages, giving you a brief overview and highlighting some of the key points found throughout many of the 31 different funds maintained by the city. As some of these funds have very little relative activity, in the interest of time, I will not cover every single one of them, but we'll be focusing on some of the more significant highlights. So I'd like to begin on page 24 of the budget book. This page provides a summary of all funds and serves to present an overall picture of the proposed budget being presented tonight. You'll see that each row in this table represents one of the different funds. At the top of the page is your general fund, followed by its sub-accounts. That is those funds that begin with the number 1. These funds are grouped together for financial reporting purposes, but are shown separately for budgeting purposes. Below that, we have our special revenue funds. These are used to account for monies that the city receives that are restricted for particular uses. Just below the special revenue funds section, we have our capital project fund, followed below that by the internal service fund. And then finally, at the bottom of the page, we have the city's 4 enterprise utility funds. Looking at the top, as you move across the columns, you'll see that we start with each fund's beginning balance. This is followed by revenues and expenditures, which gets us to the operating surplus or deficit of that particular fund. We then factor in fund transfers to get to the ending fund balance. Finally, we consider any outstanding loan balances to get to the estimated spendable balance at year end, which is shown in the last column. Now, in regards to the loan amounts, that second to last column there, as the council is aware, the enterprise funds have historically required a subsidy from the general fund to offset the costs of operations and revenue shortfalls. And while you'll see that the sewer fund and electric utility fund will once again require a subsidy, the use of fund balance reserves in the water fund and reclaimed water fund, as well as the use of Measure W funds for water-related capital expenses, have eliminated the need for use of general fund reserves in these respective funds. However, outstanding loan balances still remain in the water, sewer, and electric utility funds. as you will see when we look at the individual fund pages. I'd like to note that at the direction of the City Council, City staff is currently putting together information for the Council's review and consideration regarding potential options for the reduction and or elimination of these loan balances. And we expect to have that information for you in the coming days. Finally, on this page, I'd like to point out the column totals at the very bottom of the page here. As you can see, across all funds, we have a balanced budget, as the council has directed, with revenues of approximately $124 million and expenditures of $121.8 million, resulting in a surplus of about $2.1 million. Moving to the next page here, page 25, the following pages that I'm going to review are the individual fund pages, and these provide a little bit more detail on the activities of each fund. So right there on page 25 is the general fund, which is the main operating fund for the city. Each column here, like the other individual fund pages, represents a different year. As you can see, the first two columns represent actual ending numbers for the previous two completed fiscal years. The next two columns represent the original adopted budget for the current fiscal year, as well as the revised estimated numbers for this year, and those are based on actual activity thus far, as well as projected activity through the end of the fiscal year. Finally, in the last column, you have your proposed budget for the 22-23 fiscal year, and this is where I will focus most of my portion of the presentation. As you can see in the general fund, we are projecting about $86.7 million in general fund revenue for the upcoming year. You can see that the revenue is shown as a single line item, but this number is broken down into much more detail in the revenue pages. Next, we have our operating expenditures, and these are broken down by department. Those are projected to be about $75.6 million. Interfund transfers totaling $7.1 million are then factored to get to our ending fund balance. The ending balance consists of both spendable and non-spendable amounts. The non-spendable amounts are the outstanding loans owed by the city, or owed to the city, by the successor agency and the enterprise funds. After removing the non-spendable amounts, we are projecting an unrestricted spendable reserve balance in the general fund of approximately $84.5 million at the end of the upcoming fiscal year. This is an expected increase of about $5 million in reserves from the current fiscal year. Moving on to page 26, it's the following page here. We have the CCPA Endowment Fund.
Can we go back to the prior page? Just an observation. I just looked up a few minutes ago the effects of inflation. And if we look at the last line, the reserves, the value of that is technically 10% less from 2 years ago. And it means that our reserves aren't growing as, if we just look and compare the numbers, the purchasing power is less, today than it was 2 years ago. And to me, it's, based on some observations from others, that they feel that the growth is that we just have more money and we're doing very well, when in fact, we aren't doing as well as we think we are. We're doing well compared to probably most cities. But still, it's not pure growth. It's, inflation's eating away at it. And it might be helpful to have, that addressed at one of our, future meetings on the budget, just to compare real numbers. Because most reports I've seen financially talk about things that the value in, pick a year, saying like in $1990, today it's worth, X amount today. And I was just looking at 2 years ago. Because we have significant inflation going on currently, as we're all, I think, well aware.
Mayor Pro Tem, if I might add, we've been in touch with our financial consultant. We've discussed this with them. It's not typically something that we factor. As you know, we haven't done it in our previous budgets.
I understand that, but I think it helps, in an inflationary period, that it's going to help us to make wiser decisions.
Right, absolutely. We've been in contact with them, and we're going to be working on putting together some projections that we can bring forward to you guys, hopefully at the next study session.
Okay, and Mayor, I do have a question on the very next page. Is it possible that we can just ask if there's questions on any page, have council direct the questions, and not have, and not trying to demean what you're doing, but to go through page by page and read it all when we all read it, and it's online for any resident to look at. It's not really important to sit and go through every line by line on this. It's just easier to ask the questions. It shorten the meeting and allow the staff to go home at an earlier time.
I appreciate that recommendation, and the only thing is if staff has certain highlights that you want to point out, I understand that you put a lot of effort into this and to report to the council. I don't want to take away from that either, but I agree that if we go line by line, page by page, and especially if you're just reading what we can read ourselves, it is a little bit more efficient if we just go straight to some of the highlights that you want to pinpoint to the council. We obviously can read those same words that you're putting out there unless there's some details behind the scenes that you want to report on top and beyond that. That would be appreciated. But if you're just going to be telling us to look at a line, reading it off, we can do that as well. But I agree that we can be a little bit more efficient, and you can go straight to the highlights for us and any details, and then we can just go. What we can do is, either you or I can go to each page and say if there's any questions. But in regards to the reporting wise, I think it would be a little bit more efficient. And I know you guys put a lot of effort and time. I don't want to take away from that either.
That it's totally at the council's discretion. If your preference is to call out questions as you see them in the budget, that's totally fine. All staff is prepared to answer those questions. We're all here tonight for that specific reason. We don't have any specific information that we need to highlight within the document itself at this point moving forward. Most of that was covered in the PowerPoint presentation, yes. And much of that information is available also in the city manager's budget message, which if anybody needs to refer back to that, we have all of that.
Okay.
In that section.
I'll just go ahead and ask my council colleagues, what's your consensus on regards to the reporting of this budget book?
Mr. Mayor, but if we may, can we at least go through each of the tabbed indexes,
Yes.
Yeah,
just at least a general overview, but not delve right into all the intricate details of the budget? But I'd like to at least go through each of the tabbed indexes.
Yeah, and that's what
Okay.
we're going to actually do. We just won't have to go into the details. I mean, staff, if you want, you can switch over to the next page and move on. And if there's questions, again, I want you to touch on some of the highlights if you guys think that we should know about it. But in regards to reporting just the titles and whatnot, we can kind of
And then perhaps at that time, then, if any one of us has a question in that particular section, it would help. I think.
Okay, so are we good with that? Yep. Okay, so let's go back. Let's just go back. If we're going to do this, let's go back to the first page here, which is the page 24. Any questions on that? Seeing none. Okay, let's go to page 25. Any questions on that? I have a question, and I know you'll probably go into more detail later in regards to the Performing Arts Center, but I noticed on the Performing Arts projected coming 22, 23 is going to be $7.8 million. Now, did we? I know that council has directed staff in regards to removing costs that were associated by other departments when Performing Arts staff was used for shows and that are away from the center. Did we include that in this budget? Is that 7.8 million includes the costs that when staff goes out to other departments to perform other duties, or did we take that cost and move it into the assigned department that they worked on? And I think that was the direction that council gave staff last year.
Currently, thank you for the question. Currently, the expenditure side of the theater department, which is actually located in a later section, all of that is associated with any work that they do citywide. So, for example, if the technical services staff are assigned to participate in providing technical support, be it lighting or sound for a city special event or a concert in the park, that those personnel charges still reside within the theater department. That department is a general fund operation, as are many of the departments within the city. So it's coming from the same resource, if you will.
I get it, but last council budget meeting we had, it was very clear that we wanted you to separate that from the cost of the performing arts. So if you're budgeting like the 4th of July, you're budgeting the Memorial Day celebration, those are things that we know are already moving forward. Those expenses and costs should be removed from the Performing Arts Center and put it with the either Parks and Recs Department, Community Development. That way that cost is not incurred by the Performing Arts Center when other departments are using them. And that was very clear in regards to us wanting that to be done moving forward. So it sounds like it's still included in this budget.
It's not done.
It is, and part of that has to do with the accounting and payroll methodologies that the city employs, which are very complicated, and we're looking at, over the next couple of years, when we're replacing the financial software system, as integrating part of that as part of the solution.
So
to what
I get it, but last time we asked, you guys said it was doable and it will be done, and here we're doing it the same way we did last year. I'm not putting you on the spot, Jeff, but
sure.
That cost that you show in regards to the Performing Arts Centers, residents are very concerned about the cost of that Performing Arts Center, and here we are, we're tagging on more expenses that really should be sent to other departments.
Right.
So, and last direction was that would be done, and it can be done, and now you're saying it can't be done.
Well, I would defer to our finance manager to possibly answer that question.
Well, I think at the end of the day, council wants it done last year. Sure. It should be done. You know, I get there may be some software issue, but if we already have certain departments that know they're gonna use the Performing Arts Center for those days, that cost, I don't know how much, and that's what we were asking, how much those costs are. If it's 100,000, 200,000, 300,000, we can take that away from the cost of the Performing Arts Center. That's what we wanted to see last year.
I would also point, and when we get to that section, you'll see at the beginning of the theater department section, there is a subsidy page that helps to highlight some of those expenses so that we know generally what those expenses are that the theater department is subsidizing for other events. Now, that doesn't take the dollar amount out of the budget because those, for example, the staff that work there, that's where their cost center is. That's their home-based cost center. That's where the charges incur. But we do attempt to identify what those expenses are towards the theater so that we can have an understanding of how that facility and those resources are being outsourced. But I do understand what you're saying, and I would have to defer to my colleagues to possibly answer. I also know that human resources, which this is not reflected in the budget forecast, but it is an actual activity. I know that human resources and the payroll operations, when staff were moved to other departments, I think they do make the effort to charge those expenses to the appropriate department. It still comes out of the general fund, but the effort was made to charge to another cost center. It's not forecasted in the budget, but any of those actual activities would be rolled up in those actual personnel costs over time.
I understand the money comes from the same bucket. I get that. But when you classify it and you report it out, it shows that the Performing Arts Center cost level is higher than what it actually is, because we're using personnel and staff and time, and we should be billing the department that's using it. And I know other cities do that and can do that to show that, hey, our maintenance person goes to the city to fix plumbing. They bill that department, like city hall, and then that comes out of their budget. And that way it reflects the cost more accurately versus, we just kind of put everything on one shoulder and the rest kind of gets a freebie, and it shows the Performing Arts Center is incurring all this cost, but really it could be the Parks and Recs, it could be community development, it could be public safety, and so that would be more of a more precise, accurate cost assessment for the Performing Arts Center, because as you know and everyone else here knows that every year we have a deficit from the Performing Arts Center, and why is that? And I understand all the money comes from one bucket, but for classification, all this in a sense comes from one bucket, where we're dividing it up and classifying it. And I think it's important that we do that. And I think that's the direction that was given last time. So I think that's the expectation of the council as well. So we can do that for the next budget meeting. That'd be great. And if you already summarized it and you've already separated, then why don't we just go ahead and incorporate that and find out where it's supposed to go? Is that something that can be done?
Truthfully, I don't know that we can accommodate that in the next couple of weeks. I think this would be as a citywide effort, looking at all cost centers and where everybody might be allocated out across multiple divisions
I appreciate that
Might
answer,
be-
but not to put you on the spot again, but this was addressed last year. And so now you only have a few weeks to do it, but this was directed by council last year to do this.
Mr. Mayor, I think it's on page 223, but it's not comprehensive. It's pretty, looks like some estimated numbers.
No, I get it. I saw that, but I just want to, I just want to know that this is, when council asks for something and you guys tell us it can be done, it will be done, and all of a sudden you're reporting the same again the following year, it just makes it feel like, it's repetitive. And I also have the PowerPoint from last year open on my computer, and I'm actually comparing the two PowerPoints. The pages are very similar as we move along. The info is different, but it's almost like, and actually one of the PowerPoint shows that there was a reporting in this year that wasn't reported last year. There was a little difference there, but I'm just trying to follow along. But if we want the changes and we don't push for the changes and it keeps on coming back and it's the same info, I'm going to, address it. And so I'm hoping that we can address this and move forward. So that's all I have to say. But I think if the direction of council has already been given, but yet you're coming back and doing the same thing, that doesn't really serve the purpose of council.
Mr. Mayor, if I can, I respect and understand your comments. As Jeff mentioned, it is a very complex process for us to adjust payroll and overhead allocations. That's not an excuse, but we can go back, and I think for hopefully the next budget session or study session that we have in a couple weeks, we can at least get some real solid ballpark figures to help alleviate the situation and address the situation. So we'll go back in, sharpen our pencils, and see what we can come back up with, and come back in a couple weeks with some revisions there.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you. Any other questions on that page?
On page 26, right?
We can move on to 26, yes.
Okay, on page 26, Art, I'll ask you the question. The money that's inside the fund balance has come from basically two sources: private donations and money that we swept in from our monies left over, that weren't used from the general fund over, a good number of years. Isn't that correct?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay. Since we're using money from this, for maintenance and other projects, I would suggest that we separate those two monies, because to me, the money that's donated for the performances and things should be kept separate. And the monies that we swept in is technically, general fund or stuff like that, that can be used for the purposes, that they're being used, this year. And what I'd like to do is get council concurrence that we separate those two sources of monies, because one of them is to me, a restricted fund, and one of them is not a restricted. And that's a concern private donations have had over the years, that they would not donate if it went into the general fund. If it was restricted for, the arts uses, then, the money would go there.
Is there a breakdown later, or is this something that...
No, there's not.
It's not. Okay. Yeah, I concur with that. I think I need one more.
I'm fine with that.
Thank you. Okay, anything on the 26, page 26, other than Bruce? Staff is okay if I take over this meeting, or do you guys want to highlight some things? Okay. And you can interject as well if there's something you want to actually report out to us. Page 27. '28. And for your benefit, Councilmember Johnson, if you like, we can summarize some of these things as well. Don't think we're just running right through it, okay? If there's a page you want to summarize, we can do it. Page 29. Page 30.
You might want to ask if there's any for the rest of the whole section.
Well, I don't want to
Because I have nothing until the next, we can move on.
Here. Is it still not fast enough for you, Bruce? 31? Because I'm looking at my notes too as well as I go, that's why. 32. Go ahead. Yeah. Well, I'm looking, that's why. 33. 34. 35. 36. 'Moving on, anything else in this section? Let's do that. Because everyone's just trying to move on here. Anything in the summary of funds and estimated balances? Any questions in there? Frank, anything? No? Move on to general fund then. That will be page, I'm sorry, I just.
It should be revenues.
Revenues, yeah, sorry here.
Page 58.
Okay. I have no questions on this section.
Let me catch up with mine.
Okay. This side of the dais has no questions.
Okay. Hold on here, let me catch up with
What
my.
about that side?
Yeah. I'm the only one using a computer, so give me a second here.
see.
I gotta catch up.
See, computers are slower sometimes.
Yeah. Or what page is that on the
58.
58? Okay. Okay, so we're jumping to revenues. That's all right. Any questions on revenues?
Okay.
Nothing?
Yeah, no questions on the next one either.
Which is here.
Now, page 76, nothing,
Okay, so that would be expenditures. Anything?
nothing.
Departmental operating budgets. Nothing?
Okay. Next section, I have one question.
Which page is that?
Okay. The next one starts on page 81. My question's on page 93.
I'd like to back it up. Page
Okay.
76?
Really? See? Let's see what happens when I go too fast. See?
Come on.
76?
76.
All right.
If
see?
maybe staff can just go over the capital improvement program, please. What the dollars there are.
Sure, absolutely. 76 is the expenditure summary for citywide operations and capital improvement program. So this page is really meant to give you the really high-level summary overview of what's happening through operations and capital outlay. We'll actually be touching on the capital improvement program a little bit later on in the book, where Public Works will be available to highlight specific projects that you might have a question on. But for reference purposes on this page, the summary shows you here sort of a history of the two actual complete years, 2019, 2020, 2020, 21. That was 6.8 million and 9.8 million respectively. The budget this year started out at 18.2 million. It was revised to 25.9 million. Much of those adjustments have been discussed at prior council meetings at the quarterly reviews, where we had council ratify nearly all of those amendments. And then the proposal for next year shows you there at nearly 14.7 million. All of those details are towards the back of the book, and we'll hit that when we get there.
Thank you, Jeff. All right, Bruce, you said you had a question on page 90 or something like
93.
93. See what happens, Jeff, Linda? You want to go faster. 93. Go ahead, Bruce.
Okay, the question applies to all the commissions. So I don't want to stop and go over every one of them, but for personal expense, you figure this one talks about the Fine Arts and Historical Commission. And talks about, the first line there on 52010, the regular earnings, for part-time, their stipends. But under employee benefits, are we saying that our commissioners are getting benefits?
There is a benefit calculation there. I'm not sure what would be included with that. Perhaps Human Resources or the city clerk could answer that.
Patricia?
I would have to defer to the city clerk. We don't deal with the commissioner's salary or benefit portion. We just pay it out.
Okay, so we're talking about the planning commission, each one of the individual commissions. We're saying each individual member is getting a benefit?
So, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council, thank you, Councilmember, for your question. I can't speak to why that is listed with the word benefit. I can tell you that the stipends and car allowance and reimbursement, IRS reimbursement for any mileage, those are all set by resolution or City Council ordinance. I don't know if they are benefits in the same way as the benefits, like, for example, I receive from my health and Kaiser and those type of things, but each commission and committee member is eligible to receive a monthly stipend, $25 a month, $300 a month, and then several of them are also eligible for a car allowance, and that was set by, so in terms of benefits, I am unaware that they receive any other benefits other than those two items.
Okay.
And I would have to defer to the budget staff for why it's called benefits.
Okay, if I can just interrupt, because as far as I can recall, it's the Planning Commission and the Property Preservation Commission who are required to travel, look at, building sites and so on. That the car allowance is there. And am I forgetting or overlooking one? As far as I know, the Fine Arts Commission doesn't get one.
I don't have I'm going to take a look and see if we have the brochure, but we do have them outlined which ones receive the car allowance and which ones receive just the IRS reimbursement for mileage. And this was all set by City Council resolution or ordinance. If the City Council would like to entertain a change or a review, we could certainly bring that back. I can work with the city manager.
I'm just trying to figure out what, it's a small amount of money, but it's under every one of the commissions. When you use the word employee benefits, I'm unaware that there's any at all, because when I was on the Planning Commission for 6 years, I don't recall that there were any benefits that I accrued.
I believe that's just a vehicle stipend, right?
Correct. We have done an internal audit of the minutes, resolutions, and ordinances for all the commissions and committees, and we're unable to find anything that would provide them with any sort of health benefits or those type of benefits. It might be just the template for the budget, and that is how the car allowance is listed.
If it's listed as a car allowance passed by the council, I don't mind it being listed as such, but as an employee benefit, it's misleading to our residents that they may be getting, medical, eye care, dental, something like that, which has a totally different, invitation to, to the residents and to me.
And for absolute clarity, they do, and I will also defer to my colleagues, but we have not been able in any way to see anywhere where they get benefits. So they are not receiving any other benefits than the stipend and the car allowance if they're on a specific commission that receives it.
Can we change it to not say benefits?
I'll have to defer
That's
to
what
the city manager.
I've been asking, is that if there's a change in the title, then the budget should reflect it. And if there is nothing, and there is no benefits, and this doesn't represent car allowance.
The city attorney is going to take that question right now.
Sure, happy to. Thank you, Mr. Gallucci. Mayor, members of the council, the short answer is yes. If the word benefits or employee benefits is misleading, the budget is a city document, and we could use terms that may be more appropriate once we kind of get that pinpointed, if that's the will of the council.
Okay. And I'm willing to go ahead and have a report come back and say who's getting car allowances. I just don't recall that we ever did anything for, the Fine Arts Commission, this is where it started, and I look at the rest of them, it's all there for everybody.
Ryan, have a question?
Mayor Pro Tem and Council, it's a fairly simple matter for us. We have, obviously, as you know, thousands of line items here in the budget. Unfortunately, I don't have it at my fingertips, and it would be a matter of us just going back and doing some quick research. We can take a look at the what gets rolled up into that employee benefits classification. We can come back to you at the next study session with an update on that. And if necessary, as the city attorney mentioned, we can go ahead and update the title if it needs to be updated.
Okay, the reason why, just to add a little wrinkle to it, is that if we go to the state sites that, represent how much money everybody gets, all the employees, everybody that's on that site, the way I read this, it shows that, their income is going to be higher, which is misleading. And
As I
if it's a
mentioned,
real expense, for travel, that doesn't show as income.
yeah, we can review it. We'll take a look at it tomorrow morning and get it cleared up for you.
Okay, thank you.
And just for the record, Councilmember, I do have the brochure. Thank you so much. So I can let you know that the Fine Arts Commission receives the IRS rate for reimbursement for mileage. Parks and Recreation receives $50 a month for auto. Planning Commission, $50 per month. Property Preservation, $50 per month. And Community Safety and Let Freedom Ring receive the IRS reimbursement. And this is a public document that's available and has been available in City Council's office, the City Clerk's office. And these were all done by City Council resolution, minute motion, or ordinance.
Okay, because we're talking about $3,000 a year, correct? For the 5 of them. So that would then show under travel and meetings or some other category.
If I may, I would suggest if you look at page 101 of the budget, under the Department of the City Clerk Treasurer, under the header or title Operations and Maintenance, if you see the third line down, reimbursed mileage, that essentially should be the line item reflected in the commission section. And as it pertains to employee benefits, that should be either eliminated or stricken out.
That make more sense to me. Okay, but Ryan, to answer your question, giving you time to go ahead and look at it and reflect, all of you to bring it back, corrected would be a help.
Yeah, we'll go back, dig into it tomorrow just to kind of confirm everything, get you a real concrete response, and we'll come back with it at the next
Okay,
study
or
session.
just make the adjustments and just let us know, just as a general comment.
For sure, no problem.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Bruce. Any other comments or questions under that section? Okay, we're going to move on to community development.
Okay.
Anything?
Yeah, I have a question on page 110. At the bottom of the page, really the last sentence, says reduction of motor vehicle use in AQMD funds as new electric buses for Cerritos on wheels. Transportation service will be purchased through a federal grant, but it results in a $350,000 deduction from AQMD. Why would that make any difference if AQMD's given money, go ahead and claim the error and have us end up with a loss of revenue from them? Or am I misreading this?
Yes, thank you. That is not a reflection of a loss of revenue. That is actually an expense reduction as a significant change in this cost center. Apologize for any confusion on that. The original plan this year, as the council may recall, was to purchase new buses using AQMD funding of $350,000. Since the acquisition of those buses appears to be coming from a new federal funding source, we removed the equipment purchase expense from this cost center, and then once that federal grant becomes clarified and the purchasing process becomes clarified, we can return to council with a report on those purchases and offsetting reimbursements as they come up.
Okay, it's just probably just how I read it, versus how you wrote it. But if I can also move to page 117, I know over the last couple of years, council has talked about, the need to have our commissions being able to go to conferences, especially within the state, to increase, their education. And I'll make the comment that we'd like to have staff be able to attend those also as we get further away from, COVID restrictions and concerns about our being out in public. What I'd like to suggest that we do is to include the conferences and potential travel, looking at those conferences that are within the state during the next 12 months, to allow that, to be there, even though we may not use it. But I'd rather have it in the budget, so that we don't, let them think that we don't want them to go. Because I think it's very, very important that we do have our, commissioners, broaden their education base.
I'd like to add a little bit to that as well. I think it's nice that we do add that to let them know, but I also would like to encourage staff as well to also be going to these training. And I know
said that.
Yeah, no, but I'm not just put it in there just so they know they can go. I actually want to make it so it's almost an expectation from the council that staff should be going to these events so you can further your education and what's out there. It shouldn't just be, okay, it's there, we want to or not. I think council has an expectation that our staff it will go to these events so they can learn the best practices from other cities as well. And I noticed that when I go to these conferences, a lot of cities bring their staff, and these conferences have a lot of seminars that benefit not just the council members or the electeds or the commissioners, but the staff are the ones that actually do the hard work. But yet our staff rarely ever goes to these commissions or these conferences with us. And I think in general, I know it has been done in the past. I know budget cuts were an issue, but not only do I want to put in there, hey, it's there for you to use it, but there's almost an expectation that to further your education, that you should be going to these conferences. And, of course, Art's going to be the one that controls and dictates that. But I guess I should be saying, hey, Art, the council has an expectation for you to send your staff to some of these training because it benefits everybody in the long run. So I like that. I do want to add that in the budget, not just for the commissions and commissioners, but definitely for the staff and those that represent each of these departments. And they should feel comfortable to say, we want to go to these training, these conferences as well. Okay, so that's what I would like to see as well.
I'd like to also piggyback on that as well. Mr. Mayor, when I attended the Contract City seminar over the weekend, there were workshops I think that staff really could have benefited from. And if I know that the agenda comes out maybe a month before, and you could kind of see an idea of what workshops will be put on, and if staff or someone from the city manager's office can just kind of highlight and see what staff member would most benefit from that, it would be nice to have them there at the conference. And as the mayor had said, the cities, they come strong when they come with their staff and their city manager, assistant city manager, and other staff members. And, it shows strong representation from the city. And I think that's very powerful, especially when we're trying to collaborate with other cities, and that they can see that we have our staff here that can also answer any questions that they may have, and how things are being done here in Cerritos, or we can have our staff ask how things are being done in other cities. But I truly believe, as Councilmember Barros and the mayor had said, that it's very, very beneficial, these conferences to attend. Thank you.
Mayor, what I wanted to add is, when I was on the Planning Commission, I did, as some of you know, I went to all the contract cities. All the studies on the budget, put on by Lynn Woods. The things on ethics, all the things that we can learn and put into practice right away. It's not just that our staff should be attending, all those I agree they should, because there's so many different things that they're exposed to from other cities, but especially, the bigger conferences, the National League of Cities and Conference of Mayors. Archie, you've been to a few of those also. Our staff is not allowed to participate technically at the Conference of Mayors, but there's a lot of things that do go on that are helpful. But the contract cities, the League of Cities and the state, both of them are extremely important, but I think they're more important for the council to go, because you'll find out that most cities don't operate by the Brown Act. There's a lot of these consequences. And it's important. We've always been held to a higher standard, and I think our staff is an excellent example of how to have a city run. But I think there's still other little things that we can learn that you're exposed to that are, I think, very, very helpful. But anyway, if we have council concurrence, that would be the direction, to
Absolutely,
staff.
yes.
To just amend the budget, add a little bit in there, for those conferences, especially within the state.
Okay.
For
I
a
think
point
that's,
of clarification, if I could, did you have a specific dollar amount that you were thinking citywide for staff perhaps and commissions, or separated, something that we could?
Jeff, that's why we pay you the big bucks to figure that out.
Exactly. I was going to say, you come up with number.
Okay.
It's conversations that Art and I've had over the last year or so is that, normally we're getting back into it. It'd be, our directors first. And then I think by exception, all of you might recommend, some other folks. And it's really, Art, it's all under you.
I think if you just go out there and just maybe look at past years before the budget was cut in regards to staff training, you can probably get I don't know if there was budgeted back then, but
You got to go back a long way.
yeah, you got to go back a long ways, and I'm sure inflation also, we got to add to that. But I think you can probably, there's enough training out there that you can figure out each department gets an allocated amount of money to train. And again, that's why we pay you the big bucks, Jeff.
Okay. And by the way, we've also, that includes our 3, employees that that are directly under us. So that's the city clerk's office, and I know you like to pay for your own, but, I think if you're on city business, it's incumbent upon us that we do, cover those expenses, and same for the attorney.
Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, just for clarification, we're noting all of the consensus items so that staff can go back. And for accuracy, was it consensus to direct the city manager and staff to come up with proposed costs or budget numbers for commissions and staff, or I just want to make sure that
I
we're
think commission
clear.
is already there, it's a staff.
For training?
Yeah, for conferences. So if each department has a line item on there, we could just add for each department training / conferences for staff and commissions. Does that make sense, Jeff? That's when you go down and break it down to each department.
Yes,
now we
absolutely.
can add a line for training and conferences for staff and commissions.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, last on this section is pages 118, 119. Is there any reason we keep these 2 here anymore?
The Economic Development Commission?
Right?
This will be the last year that we will show these pages, and the reason we're showing them is the actual activity that was listed in 2019, 2020.
Okay, thank you.
All right, any other comments in this section? Economic development? All right, moving on to Public Works, Water and Power. Anything under Public Works, Water and Power? Okay. What was that? Tree section would probably be under Public Works, right?
CIP.
Or in CIP, but specifically Public Works cover that. So you want to talk about the trees? Okay, go ahead.
Can we just maybe start with page 144? Just an overview. No, I'm sorry. 142. Over the activity and workload statistics.
You want-
Yeah, with the staff. Robert.
Thank you, Councilmember Johnson. Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. The Parks and Trees Division is actually covered under multiple cost centers, beginning with cost center number 351, which begins on page 142. As was mentioned, the activity workload statistics mention several projects. These are projects that are handled, whether it's at a city park or at many of the city facilities, projects that are handled in-house by our in-house park staff. We've listed those there. They've included, for example, in last week's memo to the City Council, it was referenced there were some new flower plantings done at the Senior Center. Special projects done at Heritage Park have been completed, as well as at the Civic Center. Cost Center 351 is the management area of our Parks and Trees division. It covers our division management as well as supervisors. Cost Center number 352, which begins on page 144, is our median and parkway maintenance. This is where the contract that was approved by City Council back in January is paid for. We have a contractor who does a significant amount of median and parkway landscape throughout the city, and then the city staff that oversees that contract is also paid for out of this cost center. Cost center number 353, which is on page 146 and 147. This is our parkway trees. So this covers not only in-house tree division staff who trims and on occasion removes on a one-off basis city trees. This also covers our contract for citywide tree maintenance. Cost center 354 is our parks maintenance cost center. So we have several park gardeners who work at all the major city parks. We also have a roving crew that goes to many of the smaller neighborhood parks, and staff. That staff is paid for out of this division, along with incidental supplies that are needed for the maintenance of all the parks. We have a separate, under cost center number 355, we have a separate cost center just for the golf course that is its own animal. It has its own dedicated team of maintenance staff who does the landscape there, as well as uses special supplies and other items for the maintenance of that facility. So that, in a nutshell, is the Park and Trees Division. Park Superintendent Todd Koo is here as well, and he can address any specific questions that you may have.
Okay, thank you, Robert. That was important to go over because I know for the residents, they're always asking about the parks and what's being done and how much is being spent. And Todd, as far as the reforestation program, where are we at with that?
Yeah, the tree reforestation program, the pine tree reforestation program, was adopted by the City Council a couple years ago. It's currently in effect, and I'd like to defer to Park Superintendent Todd Kuda to come to the podium, and he can give an update about where we're at, approximately how many trees are removed and replaced as a result of it. I will say, while he's coming to the podium, that we do have, in the past, we've done a separate capital improvement program for concrete, parkway, curb and gutter repair, and in that process we've been able to also do additional trees beyond that which has been funded by the main pine tree reforestation plan. So with that, Todd.
Thank you for the question. And the City Council funds the pine tree reforestation program, which accounts for the removal and replacement of approximately 50 pine trees located throughout residential areas per year. In the first year of the program, we completed, I think, approximately 55 removals. This year, we've already completed just a little over 60 removals. The reason why the number may vary a little bit is because the program also involves all of the public right-of-way repairs that are necessary. So when we take a pine tree out, oftentimes it's not just the removal of the tree and the stump, but it's also removal of all the roots within the parkway. It could be the repair of the irrigation system as well. It could be fine grading. We go back in, we replace curb, gutter, sidewalk, make asphalt repairs if necessary. And then we'll do final grading, we'll replace the turf if we need to, and then finally plant a new tree. So when we have to do all of that public right-of-way repairs per location, the cost is approximately maybe a little more than $4,000 per location. So depending on how much work we have to do at each site determines how many trees we get to remove and replace by the end of the year. So at this point, I think we're a little over 60, and we're pretty much concluding our program. But our program was a success, I think, because we took on all of these other public right-of-way repairs for the residents. So by the time we left, the parkway looked brand new for them. So that's roughly where we're at for the current year.
How many years, how many more years do you think it will take to complete?
Well, we have roughly 2,300 residential pine trees, so that's parkways, and that's also arterial planters where we have pine trees that are adjacent to either side or backyard properties. So all in all, I think we have roughly 2,300 pine trees left. So obviously, it's a long-term program.
And the annual budget on the reforestation?
I think this year it's $381,000.
Todd, is that under code 353? Or the
It's part of the capital improvement program, I believe.
Yeah, it's going to be summarized later under CIP, right? When we talked about this, and there's an Appendix E that we're going to be covering this. So if this is going to be covered later, can we wait to that section? And unless, Frank, you have some questions now specifically that you want to talk about.
I just want to know if any part of pine tree station costs are under.
Not under
Or is it
353.
all under CIP,
It's all under CIP.
including the non-tree costs, gutter, curb, all of that is all contained in CIP.
That's correct.
And just for clarification, what is included in Cost Center 353 is the annual tree trimming of all the city's trees, including pine trees.
Thank you, Todd. I felt that was very important to report out. As I said, the residents' main concerns really are the trees, especially the pine trees, so thank you for that.
Does 353 also include removal and replacement? Robert?
It does. So 353 is where we have our professional services contract, and the primary function for our contractors is tree trimming, but they also provide removal and replacement service, and that's also where you'll see our in-house crews providing the same removal and replacement service. So all of that is part of the operations under 353.
Because previous years of the budget or the CAFR and now the ACFR, it included trees removed or replaced line item. And I don't see that on page 146. There's no actual estimated or forecasted for tree. I can't remember if it's showing up as removed or replaced.
So you'll see
I
on
do see
page
new street trees planted by city. Is that
street trees planted by the city, so that would include, in most situations, the number you see there includes how many trees were removed. Oftentimes, if the parkway really can't support a new tree, if there's utilities in the way, or if it's just not appropriate for a parkway tree and we can't really put one in, then that number won't balance out. But typically, when you see that new street trees planted, that means that's roughly the number of trees that we remove on an annual basis.
All right, any other questions about parks and trees? Can we go up to Swim Center real quick? Swim Center will be page 141. Just real quick, I don't know if this falls under that, but in regards to hours of operation for the open swim time and stuff, would that fall under Parks and Recs? No? Yes, okay.
Yeah,
All right, so when we talk about that,
yeah, it's Cost Center 443, page
That's, I figure we'll follow
180,
there.
181,
When we get
yeah.
there, I'll talk to it.
That's all maintenance that we're referring to now.
Okay, thank you. All right, moving on. Okay, community and, so we're done with public works, right? Anybody? Okay, let's go on to community and safety services. Any questions about that? I think this is important for the staff to give a quick update to the community in regards to community and safety, because this is one of the more expensive as well as public works. But safety is a concern to the community. Is there a quick summary on this real quick from staff?
I actually defer to Mr. Evans, if you could give an update to public safety in regards to the budget. And while he's getting ready for that, just to review what was presented in the PowerPoint, the police and safety services contract with the Sheriff's Department for next year does include the addition of a commercial truck enforcement deputy and a vehicle to go along with that deputy, the purchase of a vehicle, plus contract adjustments. And for those details, I'd turn it over to Mr. Evans.
If you like, I can ask specific questions in regards to why the budget's gone up. Cost has gone up a little bit, and then and I think we kind of talked about that in regards to the the commercial enforcement officer and the vehicle, but also in regards to the contract for services.
Yes, good evening, Mayor Vo and council members. And you're absolutely right. As reported earlier, the contract has gone up with the LA County Sheriffs. It went up 1.45% this year. And there was no increase in the liability amount. Additionally, the council had asked that we add a commercial truck enforcement officer or deputy. And so that also added to the increase, along with the truck and the appropriate equipment for that.
Okay, and in regards to the contract going up, when the county decided to, I think, pass Measure J and money was allocated away from the Sheriff's Department, does that have an effect on us as a city in the contract if the fees goes up? Because if the Sheriff's Department doesn't have that money, do they now put that expense on the contract cities to cover that loss of revenue?
Generally, as you know, the actual rates for the LA County Sheriff's Department is established by the county auditor controller and not the Sheriff's Department itself. So in theory, the rates or the Sheriff's Department provides zero-sum balance, which means the Sheriff's Department is not supposed to turn a profit and they're not supposed to take a loss. And so the fees here for individual deputies are calculated at the cost of the officer and the employee benefits and all the equipment. So what the auditor controller does is they take a look at all the deputies assigned to the field or contract cities. They take the cost of operating a deputy item for payroll, employees, supervision, all the support personnel. They divide it by the number of deputies that are in the field, and that's what gives you the number. For instance, deputy sheriff, no relief, and for people that's not familiar with that, that means we buy a deputy sheriff basically for 40 hours a week. There's no relief, which means if that deputy sheriff calls in sick, there's no one that works behind them, and that's the lowest rate that you can purchase. That item is $301,285 for the fiscal year 22-23. That does not include the 11%, so you'd add 11% on top of that. And so that is part of the cost. That's what went up from, additional 1.45% from last year. So, there's a little more complicated than that. What's also included in that is countywide services that work the field. Let's just say our mental evaluation team. If the Sheriff's Department has 5 or 6 teams, or let's just say 12 deputy sheriffs assigned to mental evaluation teams, they will take those salaries and then divide it by the number of patrol deputies in there. So that affects the costs. So that's why you see some of these times these costs go up from $300,000 to $305,000. That's why contract cities are always so concerned with what the sheriff adds to the overhead model. In other words, what are you putting in that overhead that affects these costs? Because it's just not the deputy sheriff.
So I'm trying to figure out, is it safe to say, or just evaluation-wise, when the county decides, if the Sheriff's Department gets an X amount of dollars a year, and then next year the county decides to take a percentage of that away and gives it to other departments, then the auditor comes back and says, hey, we have to still fill that because there's still a cost for the contract cities. So now the county took that money and benefited and got that for other departments, and then here contract cities have to come back and backfill that for the cost of the services for sheriffs, because that amount's now gone. Is that inaccurate or?
Yeah, I'm not sure what all goes on at the county level. I do know how it impacts the sheriff's department. And so the fewer deputies that work the field, the greater the price, which is why the sheriff's department is always reluctant to remove deputy sheriffs from the field, because the costs are divided by the number of deputies. So let's just say you have X amount of dollars divided by 10,000 deputies that are working. Well, it's not 10,000, there's 10,000 sworn. Well, let's just say there's 1,200 deputies working the field in this division. If there's all of a sudden 800 deputies working this field, it's the same cost, then it's going to be divided by 800 instead of 1,100. So your costs are going to increase. So the fewer the deputies, the higher the price. The more deputies in the field, the more the price is spread across the total number of deputy sheriffs. So I'm not really sure how they're doing it at the county level, if they're taking Measure J money, but I do know that whatever they take or move around, that it's supposed to be zero sum. They're not supposed to make a profit. They're not supposed to take a loss. But whatever the costs are, they get applied to the number of deputies here. So more deputies, less costs. Fewer deputies, the higher the cost.
Thank you. And I appreciate you highlighted the commercial enforcement officer. That's something that we've been asking for a while because of our commercial trucks that have been driving through our city in violation of a lot of the truck route laws. And we're one of the cities around here that doesn't have that. And to get that and to hopefully be able to train one of our deputies to do that. I know that we had discussions in regards to the county would be able to provide that, but how we can adjust our numbers here, the numbers we have, to just add that on as kind of like a bonus for a deputy to do that. I think it's important, and if, hopefully this will be approved. And as soon as it does get approved, I hope that we move quick in that direction and get it, because I know this is something I've asked for since I got elected 2 years ago. And now 2 years later, after COVID, we're finally looking at possibly adding this. And these are one of the biggest concerns in our cities is truck routes. So thank you.
If I may just add one other thing, we are one of 2 cities that provide their own helicopter, Skynight. Most cities and county area rely on Aero Bureau and spread the use of the helicopters. Typically, there's 2 LA County Sheriff's helicopters up, but they serve 4,000 square miles. Here, the city of Cerritos, city of Lakewood share the cost of the Skynight helicopter program. So we pay a little bit more, but we have very specific overflights of helicopters, which really support the Cerritos Sheriff Station as well.
Daryl, I have.
Go ahead.
Daryl, if you could please kind of also explain to us with the Sheriff's Department, with the freeze on the academy classes for the Sheriff's Department, how they're not able to have the full, 12 academy classes per year, and I believe the board or the CEO recently even did not allow the department to have 3 academy classes this year. How that affects our city and the contractual obligation that the department has to meet with our city.
Well, and we have Captain Mendin here with us this evening, but I can tell you from when I was there and used to work personnel, the Sheriff's Department is a very large organization, approximately 18,000. It moves around a little bit. But the bottom line is, on average, they lose 1 person per day in the Sheriff's Department just because of the size of the organization, which means that there's over 300 to 400 people a year retire from the LA County Sheriff's Department just under normal conditions. And so it's been a little more challenging lately because of the controversy on law enforcement. They've had higher retirement rates, and they are struggling to hire deputy sheriffs. And then that's exacerbated by the county not funding for additional academy classes. So when people say they want a deputy sheriff, what they need to at least be projecting a year out. It takes several months to do backgrounds, if not 6 months. Then you're in the academy for 4 months. And then when you come out of the academy, you're on training for 6 months. So you're looking at a minimum, whenever you want a deputy, it's a year minimum under ideal conditions. And so, yes, it is impacting us. But as far as our city specifically, we have a contract with the Sheriff's Department. They have a contractual obligation to provide those deputies and or the money to fund them, which means we work overtime. But, that comes back to the quality of service, because you can only serve so many hours of overtime before fatigue starts setting in and issues start popping up. So that's not a perfect solution.
No, and I appreciate you sharing that, because I think it's important for the residents to know that that overtime model is not sustainable. And if you can share, either you or Captain Minden, are we fully staffed at the Cerritos Sheriff Station?
I'd invite Captain Min Den to come to the podium and address that. I have the specific numbers.
If I may, Councilwoman Johnson, a request to have a recess has been presented, so I'm going to call for a recess real quick, and we'll continue after 5 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, are we back on live? Back on? Okay. All right, go ahead and call this meeting back to order. Do I need to take a roll call for this, since we want to recess?
No.
No? Okay. All right, go ahead and continue. And moving on, do we have any more questions in regards to this item?
I do on page 182.
Okay, if, in regards to public safety and the sheriff's department?
Yes.
Or just in general?
No, it's on the second to last sentence.
So if that's the case, City Attorney, do you have any comments?
Yes, if I could, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council, thank you for calling the recess. As I was reminded that newly elected Councilmember Johnson works for the Sheriff's Department, and to the extent there may be a conflict of interest based on income that she receives being paid from the Sheriff's Department, because the city does provide some revenue funding for the sheriff's services, although there may not be a connection, I recommended to Councilmember Johnson, out of an abundance of caution, just to not participate on any items discussing as part of the budget the sheriff's operations or any amounts that might be allocated to just the sheriff's department. When there are other items under community and safety services that do not address the sheriff's department, I do not see there being any potential conflict, and of course, Councilmember Johnson could participate then. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So if that's the case, this Councilmember Johnson needs to recuse herself, since Mayor Pro Tem have questions specifically about the sheriff. So if that case, then...
Yes, this time I will recuse myself. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyway,
Hold on real quick. She's still in the room. Hold on.
okay, my question deals with the additional commercial truck enforcement officer in the patrol vehicles. To me, all the problems, all the drama that we had over the truck routes started when there was a change made by a prior council to remove the truck route along Bloomfield Avenue. And I think if you ask every resident, they made sure that there's no train tracks, there's no negative benefits, freeway noise, whatever it might be in terms of traffic. Everybody that lived along Bloomfield, I know they didn't like the truck noise, but that's been there for decades and decades. And the people in other parts of the city that are being impacted by trucks driving all over the place, when they bought their homes, they made sure that they didn't have the negative impacts. And I would suggest that part of the legal potential problems that are resulting from all this is that we revert back to the original truck route and not have it set up in such a way that there is no route that is causing all these problems. And I'm not sure exactly how much money that will save us, but I think there is a negative impact on this.
So this, Bruce, so this $753,000, that is a direct expense for not having a truck route?
I think it's a good part of it.
What page are you on, real quick? What page is that?
182.
It's a
Daryl, is that the cost $753,000 is for the vehicle for the enforcement for the truck route? Page 182, item police and safety service increase.
Thank you, Mr. Solanki. No, that $753,000 would be the increase in the contract. If we're going to add one single deputy sheriff to focus on commercial truck enforcement, if you would, basically that's a growth item. So the Sheriff's Department has an unusual billing rate where if you add a new deputy, for the first year, they refer to it as a growth deputy item, so you don't have to pay the full charge. The actual charge to the city would be $211,000 for a
how about
growth
the second or third year?
Then it switches over to the full price. And that full price would be, and I've been talking with or with the Sheriff's Department, contract law, they believe it to be not a bonus deputy as we originally believed, but as a regular deputy sheriff. So that's about $300,000. So of the $753,000 listed there, 300,000 is for the additional deputy item.
Okay, and the increase in revenue from the tickets that would generate, against those trucks, what do we anticipate on that part, and do we get that money?
We do. I haven't done a study on that, but we did look at our motorcycle deputies at one time, what it costs to fill a deputy, how many citations they write, and what the city gets back. And basically, for a motorcycle deputy, the city gets about half of the return on their investment. So a motor deputy is about $301,000 per year. Each deputy generates probably about $150,000 in revenue. So, you pay $300,000 for the item, but you actually only out of pocket $150 because of the offset revenue. But that would probably be a proximity or approximate cost for the commercial truck deputy as well, depending on how active they are and what type of violations they come across. But they do recover fines and fees as well.
Just real quick to follow up on that, when you describe a motor officer and the tickets they write versus commercial ticket, there are two different things when it comes to that in regards to recouping their fees. One is federal laws and one are truck route laws. And in that instance, there's a little bit more recovery, from what I understand from other cities that do it, that the fees that we get back from commercial enforcement versus a regular traffic ticket, which goes to the county, are different when it comes to value.
Yes, sir. Generally the fees for commercial trucks are much higher, but probably the volume would be lower, where a motor deputy, is writing a lot of cites at a much lower rate, where the commercial deputy would be writing fewer cites at a much higher fine level. So I'm not sure how many cites per day. It's uncharted territory for us. So how many trucks they'd actually be pulling over per hour and citations being issued. But I would expect that you could recover at least 50% of their cost, if not more. It's just uncharted territory for us.
I do. I have one more, but what I'd like to ask for a consensus to have our staff bring back, to consider making Bloomfield, going back to Bloomfield as the main truck route, just to end all this drama that's come up, from that change that was made back then.
That's good to me.
It's good. Fine.
If we do that, we're going to give notice to all the residents within 500 yards, or 500 feet or 500 yards of Bloomfield truck route, right?
Of course. But like I said, when they bought their places and rented, except for those since this change happened, every one of them knew this.
Just to clarify, this item is more like to bring back on a separate agenda item, not a budget item, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And then...
okay, my next question on the next page, 184. Daryl, this is probably more for you. Under code enforcement, I think we're all aware that there is, it's a small number, but there's still a number of homes that have had ongoing code enforcement issues that have lasted. I'm aware of two that have lasted more than a decade. Can we get a report that details how many and for how long we've had these ongoing issues, and maybe with our city attorney's help determine how we can bring these things to a close?
Yes, sir, absolutely. We can get your report on that.
Okay.
Absolutely.
The council concur?
Yes.
Agree. Okay, any other questions?
Yes. Daryl, going back to, you were suggesting that if the officers are less, cost of sheriff department is higher, and as officers are more, the expense in the county is less. So in city of Cerritos, we always have officers in the sheriff department consistent number, right?
Yes, sir. We actually contract for minutes per se. When you contract for law enforcement services, we buy minutes. The deputy or the sheriff's department provides the personnel. So when we say deputies, the short answer is we have the same amount of service that we've always had. In fact, we've had additional because we have, at council's direction, added overtime to do commercial truck enforcement and deal with homeless issues and various things that we do. So we've actually increased our service, if you would. But we actually buy hours. And again, Captain Mendin's here. He can talk about how many deputies are actually assigned physically to the station, because we are down a number of physical deputies, but we are not down at all as far as the amount of time that we actually purchase from the sheriff's department.
So the budget goes based on the time or the officers?
A time, sir. We buy blocks of time. I know it sounds a little strange, but we don't buy deputies. Actually, the time accounts for about 10 and a half months. The way the county comes up with the fee is you take a full year, 365 days, and then you average or take the average amount of time a deputy sheriff would not be working. In other words, a senior employee works 12 months, if you would, minus 3 weeks of vacation, minus X amount of holidays that they're entitled to by benefits, minus, maybe 5 days of sick call-in. So when they work it out, they actually factor in about 10 and a half months of time. And so when we buy a deputy for the year, we're not really buying them for the year. We buy them for 10 and a half months. And then so you have to buy enough time to cover that month times X amount of deputies. So in other words, say you have 6 deputies working, you actually need 7 deputies because, they're off on vacation. Somebody's always off on vacation. And as Captain Mendin can talk about, you have military leave, you have pregnancy leave, family leave, various issues where the deputy wouldn't be here. Occasionally, deputies are injured on duty and they're off for extended periods of time. And so we buy the time, and the sheriff's department supplies the humans to actually meet that. So as an example, on the PM shift, we have 6 patrol cars out there. And they're out there 7 days a week. It's a 56-hour car, which is 7 days a week times 8 hours a day, 56-hour car. And so we would have 6 of those cars out there. And their sheriff's department is required to fill those cars every day, every shift, no matter what. Somebody calls in sick, someone's not available. It's their obligation to put somebody in that car. Now, whether they do it by calling in another deputy from another patrol station, which happens on occasion, that's why you see some deputies work the field that aren't assigned to Cerritos. They actually come in from Lakewood or Norwalk, or they work overtime here and they're not actually physically assigned. So the bottom line is we always refer to them as deputies in our minds, but we buy blocks of time, and that's what we pay for.
So I know so are we getting penalized because the sheriff department has less officers than we do? So whatever the increase of the cost of the sheriff department, are they passing to us?
Sir, if I may defer that question to Captain Mendin, who can talk about the Sheriff's Department's compliance with the contract minutes for the City of Cerritos. Can you address that, sir?
Good evening, Mayor and honorable council members. This is Captain Din. Yes, I want to confirm what Mr. Darrell Evan had, explained that to you earlier. In fact, our department has been reduced inside quite a bit, in the tune of about 2,000 employees so far. While that being said, we still fulfill our contract obligation with the city by providing sufficient number of personnel to patrol the city and conduct follow-up investigation as required by the law. And at this point, I can say that each and every day, I have a particular employee who monitor the contract minutes and making sure those contract minutes are calculated correctly to ensure there's no inaccurate minutes being accounted for and therefore shortchange the city in terms of services. And again, we are in full compliance of that. As far as our personnel, again, assigned to the station, we are funded for 84 personnel, 65 sworn, and 19 support staff. We are currently operating at about 70% with people that are assigned to the station. Due to the shortage of personnel countywide, our sheriff has mandated that all personnel will be transferred to patrol station. That's our priority one, to fulfill our obligation with contract cities. Second requirement is to make sure we staff the courts, and obviously lastly the custody division that we have to staff. And we are doing that on a continual basis. Each month we do have patrol school, and we actually within the last month we received 2 additional deputy personnel transferring to our station to fill that vacancies. So I just want to let you know and reassure this, you and the residents that the contract minutes are being fulfilled. As far as the term of dollar and cents, that accounting processor, I don't know the particular, because that dollar value added to translate to the number of minutes that is at the accounting departments, and I certainly can look into that and get back to you whether or not less personnel is going to be punishing to the contract cities or more personnel will cost less.
That's what I'd like to see if our city manager and the sheriff departments and the auditor can get together with us and explain us, are we paying what our contract is, or we're paying overtimes to subsidize the sheriff department?
Thank you, sir. As far as, may I say something? As far as the overtime budget, the county has also allotted money to make sure that we are dealing with that issue, and it does not cost the city any more than what is already being charged. In other words, we operate again at the cost. There are not net county costs, which is like it's built in already. So we are providing that. As you recall, during the years before when we had riots, we have deputy personnel came into our city and provide those services without charging the city a penny more than that. So, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Snelke, may I add just one more comment that most people may not be aware of, and it might help you in understanding this. We are not being shorted by the county. Cerritos is a very unique, Cerritos Sheriff Station is a very unique place, thanks to council who had the vision to provide residents with the finest law enforcement services and built Cerritos Station here. Cerritos Station is the only sheriff station that serves one city exclusively. Every other sheriff station serves multiple jurisdictions and or county areas. So everybody in this station is paid for by the city of Cerritos. It's a 100% contracted station. So there are no extra items here, and there aren't anything that gets taken out that we're paying for. So everything we pay for, we receive. So what goes on at the county, we're pretty insulated at the county level in the sense that we don't lose anything. There's no ebb and flow. We don't lose people based on what's going on at the county. We buy X amount of minutes. The Sheriff's Department provides X amount of minutes. I heard Captain Din say that he's down personnel. So what happens is the county has to pay overtime behind those bodies. So let's just say someone gets promoted or transferred or injured or retires, and they have that empty radio car. If the county cannot provide a deputy because they're not running the academy at the numbers they need, then the county must provide the overtime to fill in for that missing deputy. So we get those minutes no matter what. The burden is on the county of Los Angeles. So that's one of the advantages to contracting. If we were our own police department, that would be our burden and our responsibility. But we don't have to worry about how the county provides those deputies or those minutes. It's a contract. They fulfill the contract. Sometimes they have to take people from other, county assignments and reassign them to Cerritos or send them here, or they just provide captain with additional overtime. But as mentioned, that creates a drama too, because at some point, too much overtime is very fatiguing, and that begins to affect the quality of work when, people are working 20 hours a day and 6 days a week for months on end. That's not a very conducive environment either.
Thank you. Thank you for the explanation.
All right, thank you.
Can I please follow up?
Of course, go ahead.
Okay, so, going back to a question that started this discussion was on page 182, significant activity program changes. The description for the $753,420 increase, it says increases due to contract adjustment and addition of commercial truck enforcement officer and patrol vehicles. So that's the description. So, they mentioned the contract adjustment. Every year there's a contract adjustment. And then on top of that, there's an addition. We are adding, addition means we didn't have it before. We're now adding a commercial truck enforcement officer. And that together, this description adds up to the $753,420.
Yes, sir. In addition, we have the contract with the LA County Sheriff's. And in addition to that, we have approximately $500,000 that we spend in supplemental overtime. Those are deputies who patrol the parks and Christmas activities. Well, that overtime rate increases the 1.45% as well. So it's not just in the contract; it's in the overtime. Our overtime rate increases, so that covers that. And then the truck enforcement, a standard radio car now, or I call it a radio car, but it's actually a Ford Explorer, a pursuit rated black and white, is somewhere around $95,000 when it's fully equipped with all the radio and all the equipment. So that's basically $100,000 there, $300,000 for the deputy, and then the 1.4% increase.
Okay, so see, it looks like this is one of the items that can be budgeted for pretty accurately compared by looking at the 2021-22 budget and the 2021-22 estimated, because it's a contractual agreement with the LA County Sheriff, and the budgeted amount and the estimated for this current fiscal year is only a difference of less than $200. So usually what this tells me, and from previous years, is we know up front how much we're going to be paying the LA County Sheriff, the contract, and it last year shows us what's estimated for this current fiscal year and what we budgeted back in June of 2021. It looks like it was almost right there, So now we're budgeting to pay the additional $753,420. So now my review of this entire community and safety services is, I think we're not focusing on the right thing. I think that the service, the commitment to safety that our Cerritos Sheriff Station is giving our city and our residents and our businesses it seems to be pretty reasonable. I calculated to be a 4.5% increase. If we look at the 2021-2022 budget and this $753,420 program change, that's a 4.5% increase. And given the current situation in our community and in Southern California and in California and in the country, I understand that the price is not going to, the price for safety from our Cerritos Sheriff Station going up 4.5%. As long as the city manager and the staff and you, Daryl, and you, Captain, all let us know this is what it's going to take to keep Cerritos safe, that sounds great. When I look at this number and then I look at the full budgeted amount of $29,612,547 for 2022-2023, that's an increase of over $3.5 million from the budget of last year. So we're talking about sheriff station when I think we got to look at how much is safety costing our city. And 2021-2022 budget, now today we're here for the 2022-2003 budget. It went up $2.5 million. No, I'm sorry, it went up $3.5 million. $3.5 million. And where did most of that increase come? on the personnel expense, not from the sheriff's station. It came from the personnel expense. So if we're going to be looking at the sheriff's station, we also have to look at the personnel expense. The personnel expense went up $2.5 million between the two budgeted fiscal years. $2,493,907. That's a 33.5% increase. So the city of Cerritos' personnel expense went up 33.5% budget. The Cerritos Sheriff's Station went up 4.5%. So I think we need to keep everything in perspective. Look at the sheriff's station. We also have to review and understand why our personnel expense is going up 33.5%, almost $2.5 million, and that accounts for most of the $3.5 million increase in our budget, community and safety services. So that's kind of my question to Art and the staff and the council is there's a lot more going on in Code 400 than just the sheriff's station. That includes your department.
Yes, sir. That's everybody in the division.
Yeah, and there's a lot of pages in this tab section, community and safety services, and it went up $3.5 million for this budget year over year compared to last year. So those are my thoughts and my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Frank. I don't think there's anyone here that questions that should we be paying for safety. I think the question was just if the county is paying and giving us the numbers that we're supposed to pay for. So I don't think there's any question that the council here wants to pay for the services for the sheriff's department. We just want to make sure that they report and give us what we pay for. So I think there may be some confusion there. But I agree. The numbers are there and the increases are there, and that's due to inflation. And we support the sheriff's department.
And I agree with your comment right now.
Thank you. All right. So moving on. If we're any more questions about the sheriff's department? So maybe we can bring back Councilwoman Johnson. Any other questions about the sheriff's department? All right. If we're not going to have any more discussion on the sheriff's department, I'd like to ask Councilwoman Johnson to come back up to the dais, please. All right. Welcome back. Moving on to administrative services. Any questions on that section? And I believe Mayor Pro Tem Barros, you have one.
I just have a very short one for Annie. When we did the library expansion, our goal was to keep 300,000 books available for the general public. Are we still at 300,000 available inside the library?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Barros. We do have capacity, physical capacity for about 300,000 books within the facility. Currently, our collection is a little below that. During the pandemic closure, we had an opportunity to do some weeding of our collection. And since we have reopened, like the rest of the organization, we had some staff lost through attrition. And so now we're building back up. And during that process, we lost some staff who are what we call selectors, or subject matter experts in certain areas within the collection. And so we are getting some new people up to speed and trained. And so we're always constantly adding to the collection. But right now, I would say we don't have a total of 300,000 volumes, but we do have capacity for that amount of a collection.
And when do you think we'll get back to 300,000?
I think we are currently at about 265,000 pieces. And so it is driven by, of course, patron demand, and then also just having enough staff to do the selecting. And then within our technical services area, we have to process the items as they come in. So we try to balance that workload so that the materials don't sit too long before they make it on the shelf.
Okay, But my question is still there. When do you think we'll get the other 35,000?
I would say probably would take us over the next fiscal year.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else on the section, administrative services? All right, let's move on to property control. Anything under that? Okay. All right, we're going to go to theater. Any discussion on the theater? I think I had questions earlier, but any more discussion on that? Seeing none. All right, moving on. Personnel positions and classification tables. Do we want to report on this at all? Any comments? No? All right. Wait. We do?
Maybe. I just have one question on page 246. And when I look at the total positions, all the numbers seem to add up. But on this one, the total public works, water, and power, it says 91 employees. But if you add up the employees before that, the positions, the numbers don't match. Is there a reason?
These pages, thank you for the question. These pages actually are manually calculated, and that should reflect the number for several pages. Public Works is being a large department. It starts on page 244 and ends on 246. Those 91 positions should be reflective of every position on those previous pages. But I'd be happy to go through before our next meeting and double check.
I might have overlooked the continued part, because I did know it's continued on the other pages.
Sure.
For other departments and so on. But thank you.
Anything else? Okay, move on to, I think this one would be a good section where we have a quick overview of capital improvement programs. I know there was questions in regards to trees earlier, sidewalks. I want to have some questions about that. So is it possible we can just start with a presentation from staff on capital improvements? Is that okay with council?
That's fine.
Thank you.
If I could take care of just the introductory pages before we turn it over to Public Works to talk in more detail about the projects. Just as a overview, the CIP section officially begins on page 265, but the graphs start on 266. This is your summary overview charts. These look familiar because we had them in the PowerPoint presentation. So on the pie charts on page 266, we have the capital improvement program composition by classification first. So that's all the different groupings of projects. We try to group them together by like category. The second chart is the composition percentage by fund source. That really tells you where the money is coming from and which funds as a percentage, which is a very helpful visualization. Page 267 is the CIP program overview. This is just a general commentary on what the CIP is, how it was established, brief history. That line chart, again, was used in the PowerPoint earlier this evening. That shows you the current fiscal year, first, 2021-22, the proposed year, which is the 14.7 million dot that you see there on the line chart, and of course the forecast moving forward for 4 years after that. That data is specifically reflected in the table below, so it's grouped by classification summary and by fiscal year. So that gives you the snapshot, high-level overview of what the CIP program is doing in the forecast. If you turn the page to 268, that begins our program fund sources by project. This is really meant to give you a list of each project for the proposed budget year, 22-23. And what it does is it breaks it down by classification. So, for example, we have government buildings first. As you move down each row, you have each project represented by a row, and it tells you where the money is coming from. So if we look at the Cerritos Center for the Performing Arts roof replacement first at 1.5 million, we look across the table and we can see that that 1.5 million is coming from the CCPA endowment. So this chart follows a similar format all the way through the fund sources by project and is really useful in seeing where the funding is coming from, which is an important step for us as we try to limit the use of general fund monies wherever possible. And then page 270 is essentially the summary of that table on the previous pages. Your funding sources broken down by fund number and dollar amount, and then by activity classification and dollar amount. And of course, the two totals match. It's just two different ways of looking at the data. The following pages, I'd like to turn it over, if I could, to Deputy Director Dario Samoas, who will take over the detailed review of the pages that follow.
Thanks, Jeff. Good evening, Mayor and esteemed council members. As Jeff had mentioned, we were going to go through basically pages 271 and provide a detailed description of all projects. However, understanding that brevity is something that's been requested, I would suggest to begin at 268 and begin describing projects as they are within the detailed summaries. As Jeff had mentioned, at the same time, you can easily see how they are intended to be funded, by what specific fund that they would be funded from. In essence, I would suggest that I go line item or project by project, and by all means, if there's any question on any project, or if there's any questions at this moment for any specific project that council would like to ask, by all means, at any given time, stop me, please.
Just real quick in regards to going back to page 267, I do, in regards to fiscal year 2023, 2024, I don't know if you're going to talk about it. I notice that dot's a lot higher. Is there a project that's coming up in the works that you're going to be talking about next year? Or if it is, then we'll just wait for that. But if not, I'd like to.
The amount reflected in fiscal year 23, 24, in essence, there are a few projects that have been deferred due to some by nature of some design that needs to be occurred prior to that project being built, in which the design would take a while to design it.
Can you be specific in regards to what that project is?
One that would be on the line would be the the Heritage Park Recreation Community Center. That project alone, off the top of my head, is about $10 million. That project would be as proposed per council's discretion to construct or not to construct. That would provide a large increase that you would see in that fiscal year. And there's some projects that may or may not be within that fiscal year that are a product of minor deferred maintenance.
Okay, thank you. Okay, you can proceed with the line items unless someone else asks questions.
You know, since you're right here, under the, it's on 266, the sewer improvement projects.
Mm-hmm.
Have we done a study on the condition of our sewer lines so that we know how to schedule preventive maintenance, on those? And the reason why I bring it up is, my office, went a long time ago now, but in the San Fernando Valley with the Northridge earthquake, I know the damage to the sewer lines. LA, I don't even know if they're still finished fixing them, but I know for 10 years they weren't able to do it. And I know we have money set aside for an earthquake, disaster. But I know talking with council over the years, we all knew that the reason why we wanted our reserves larger were just in case of a disaster, because we know that what we have would never, fix everything, today. So what I'd like to know is if we haven't had a survey done, a report on it, that we, I guess with council concurrence, ask that, be done so that for next year's budget, we can start addressing how to take care of that.
Absolutely. Thank you for the question, Mayor Pro Tem. For this next fiscal year, that sewer master plan, as it would be referred to, would study the current condition of all sewer lines within the city streets and identify locations that would need to be repaired and or not. That, again, that sewer master plan is not foreseen as part of this next upcoming fiscal year. If you turn to page 292, it is foreseen actually as part of fiscal year 23-24, but it would be at council's discretion to direct staff to enact that when council sees best fit.
Okay, now I saw it out there, but I wasn't sure exactly, did that encompass all the residential streets?
It is foreseeable that that amount of money would encompass the entirety of all sewers owned and maintained by City of Cerritos, whether they are in arterials and or residential streets. It would be a comprehensive study of the conditions of all sewer lines owned and maintained by Cerritos.
And the majority of the sewer lines are about what age? Would you?
It varies. There are sewer lines that are within arterial streets, for example, South Street, that may be 80 to 90 years old, versus some residential tracts that may be anywhere between 20 to 30 years old, depending on when they were built. Sewer lines are built when the need arises. And as such, 60 some odd years ago, of course, as council members may remember, most of this land was dairy land, and large sewer lines were not needed. So the very large sewer lines that are contained within the City of Cerritos are actually county-owned. They're called trunk lines, and they traverse some of our arterial streets, Bloomfield Avenue, South Street. But the ones that, as development occurred throughout the city, those neighborhoods, for example, Bouchard Avenue, some of the first residential developments would begin to construct those lines. So it's difficult to tell. Anywhere between 80 years old to 70 years old would be the oldest, off the top of my head, that I would assume that they are. The newest one's 20 to 30 years old.
And between they and our water lines, I remember bringing up before, Beverly Hills, when they first put in a system to monitor how much, water leakage, they had. Do we know how much leakage we have, for either one of those, the sewers or the water lines?
That is another project that we currently are proposing within the fiscal year 23-24. Also, as known as our potable water master plan, that would analyze all our existing drinking water lines, not our reclaimed water lines, and that would do the same in effect as the sewer master plan. Again, that is currently proposed for fiscal year 23-24, but again, it's council's discretion if they feel that it's more appropriate to study sooner than later.
I would ask our council to address this sooner, than later. It's something that we brought up more than 12 or 15 years ago. And some cities, we have a neighboring city that has a significant amount of water leakage. For us, it raises the costs of our water. And since most of our water is from the aquifer system, I personally hate to see us waste it or pollute it.
You're talking about Bruce water in Sunny Boat? Line boat, or just one?
Both.
You can move it to 22-23.
Okay, so we have concurrence? Okay. And then on page 273, we have a $85,000 item for City Hall security improvements. I would love to see us move that up to this year. It's a minor amount budget-wise, but I can't see a reason, to delay that unless it's work-related and we just don't have the staff to do it.
Can we get the details on that, please?
I would refer to, no, I'm sorry. I was thinking of a different project. This is an item that we are currently in design for. This is an item that we could potentially move to the next fiscal year. It encompasses some security doors at HR and at the council offices, as well as administrative offices.
I would like to move it to 22-23.
I was hoping it'll be done this year, but I guess we can get it done in the next budget year. And also, if possible, I'd like to also consider safety protocols for the employees downstairs too, in regards to the counter, to install safety measures as well as maybe glass or something down there. If that can be moved up, that can be probably the year after, if that's something we can do. And I understand that we're always short of staff, but I think ultimately our city hall needs to be secured because of things that are happening with people showing up, recording, video, all that. I mean, there's a lot of things that could potentially could happen. So I appreciate that we're now addressing the security of the city hall, which is the heart of the city.
Thank you for the comment. I would suggest, as you suggested, to defer that construction of that particular improvement to the following fiscal year, as that improvement is not envisioned, and given the square footage, it would need to be designed, and we would need time to engage in professional services of an architect.
In regards to the security at City Hall, so those are the doors for HR,
correct?
Right, and also a system in place in regards to a secure entrance into council office and staff. Okay, thank you.
And can we get a update on the council chamber audio video equipment upgrades?
I would defer to MIS operations for that. It is a heavily involved project in the sense that the majority of the equipment would be installed and or managed by MIS. The equipment that would be installed by Public Works would be related to the carpet, as it would cover it after that.
Okay, the reason why I'm asking, it was due to be done, this budget year, and it doesn't look like it's going to be done before the year is over. So I'm hoping that this will be done in short order, during the next budget year.
Understood.
Are you hoping, or you want it?
No, I'd like to have it done.
Okay.
It's stuff is way out of date and held together with baling wire.
So it's not done though. 2021 is listed here. 2021.
Yeah. So let's make it clear that it's not
going to be done.
That's your hope that it gets done next year, but you want it done next year. I concur.
I'd love to have it done.
I concur too.
Yeah.
Okay, that's the end of my questions.
Any other? Okay, so just real quick, in regards to Heritage Park, I know it's brought up during the PowerPoint, about $490. That's going to be budgeted. What exactly are we doing at Heritage Park?
Well, I didn't misspeak in the sense of the cost of the Heritage Park Community Center. That was currently envisioned for fiscal year actually 26-27. That project would entail the full demolition of the existing building and a full build of a whole new community center at that location within its area.
Okay. In regards to the 490 that was spoke about during the PowerPoint, 490, it says right here, 490,425 funded by Measure A for Heritage Park and Skate Park. I'm just wondering what that is going to be at Heritage Park. That was on the PowerPoint that was presented earlier.
Jerry? Yeah, Jerry.
Thank you, Mr. Gallucci. So the in total amount being spent for parks and open space for the capital improvement program is $490,000. That includes citywide playground improvements. It's a contingency fund should we have any issues with playground equipment that needs to be replaced and brought up to ADA standards. Todd's got a project for the erosion mitigation, the DG that rolls off into the lake. The skate park refurbishment, and then replacement of park amenities. That includes barbecues at the picnic shelters throughout the city, all 24 parks, as well as picnic tables. They oftentimes are out in the elements 365 days a year. People burn them. There's graffitied. The metal pokes out of the rubber. And then Heritage Park Play Island playground equipment replacement is in the design phase. The playground equipment that's on the island right now, enclosed in the houses that are up there, was renovated and dedicated in 2002. So we're 20 years out. The standards per the CPSC have changed so far as the fall zone requirements as well as ADA requirements with respect to getting in and around playground equipment. We can no longer just take out playground equipment and replace it. I can do individual pieces should something break, but we're looking at a full design and redesign of that island, and then subsequent to that, once we figure out how much it's going to cost, you're going to have to go in and basically did what we did in 2001 and 2002. just to make sure it's up to code.
And that's not part of this budget?
That is correct. It's only the design. Getting a consultant in to come and take a look, see what it would take to basically bring it up to code and redesign the entire island.
And in regards to the lake itself, is there anything in place in regards to cleaning it out? Okay, it's in there. But is it for this coming year?
So the first project, as Sherry mentioned, would be mitigating the erosion, so to stop basically the dirts and the soils on the island itself from continuously moving into the lake. And once that's performed, the following fiscal year, for the next line item, project number 23111, on that same page, allocates about $170,000 in fiscal year 23-24 to rehabilitate the pumps and the filters.
Okay, so 'cause I know that system's been out of place since that park pretty much existed. The filtration system. There's a building there that's supposed to be for the filtration system that hasn't never worked. No, I should say never, but hasn't worked for a long time yet. Still there. Are we doing anything in regards to figuring out what we can use that building for? If those pumps don't work, can we take it out so we can use that facility for something else, or should we just fix it and actually make the lake clean again?
Well, the $170,000 for fiscal year 23-24 envisions rehabilitating the pumps and the filters within that given space.
So the one that we have existing right now in that building is going to be fixed.
Yes.
That's the plan.
That's the plan.
I thought I was told that wasn't capable of being fixed because of the system we had in place. It's the ducts.
Yeah, if I may, it's the exorbitant amount of waterfowl that we have over there, the turtles, the fish, the everything that don't belong to us. We get calls about them. People bring them, right, dump them in the lake and whatnot. The council, in their infinite wisdom a few years ago, established a no feeding policy, so that has helped, but people still feed, so therefore there's no migration, and so we just have a ton of ducks and other animals that are there.
Can we add something in the budget in regards to, like, if not an annual buy-in or something where there's a system in place where we do something to maintain the quality of that lake? Maybe not to completely clean it out, but something where every year go ahead.
So, as if I may, that exact project would include approximately, as envisioned currently, $6,000 a year ongoing.
6,000?
Correct. To maintain the filters, to maintain the machinery.
That's when we get the new equipment.
Correct. Because
what are we doing today is what I'm trying to figure out. We can budget something because it's filthy over there, and I mean you can see the grime, the dirt. And I guess the ducks, I get it, but there's nothing really right now in place to really maintain the level that we hold true to the city for our residents and our visitors.
So, as we envision it, if we were to make those improvements to the existing system without improving, or sorry, make those ongoing improvements in cleaning to the existing system without improving the existing system, we will simply be prolonging the problem. It won't really fix it. If we were to push up, if you will, the pump rehabilitation to this fiscal year and then maintain it afterwards, that would be perhaps a more cost-effective solution.
Would that be practical to push it up and actually get it done? I mean, I don't like to just say we'll put it on the budget and it never happens, right? And it gets pushed to the next year. I want to be realistic. Is that doable?
It is definitely something that we can definitely investigate. I believe it is doable. However, there may be significant closures to the island in order to design and construct these improvements.
Okay. Art, it looks like you want to say something.
When we do these complete redos, there is a time when the island will be closed for quite a period of time.
It's going to be closed either now or 2 years from now or 3 years from now, but I think the sooner we get it done, the residents can enjoy it a lot quicker. I would like to push it up because I get complaints all the time about the water quality there, and it's just the quality of the park. So if it's doable, I like to push it up to focus on the park, and hopefully my council members will agree.
I agree with you on that. If I can please ask some questions about what you've been
Sure, go ahead.
emphasizing. So are you saying that you could do the Heritage Park erosion mitigation and the Heritage Park lake cleaning in the CIP program in the next fiscal year?
I believe it is possible, but again, there would most likely be a large closure to the park over the course of months, perhaps the majority of the year, in order to mitigate both projects at the same time.
Yeah, but what was accurately pointed out is you're going to close the park no matter when you do it.
There would be two smaller closures if we were to do one at each given time.
But the total closures would be the same.
Approximately.
Because you have to do the closure for the erosion mitigation project, and then you got to do the closure for the lake cleaning project.
Possibly more if done at the same time, due to two different contractors
It would be
working at the
more
same time.
inefficient rather than
Time-wise, it may be more inefficient.
Okay, so that's the consideration. They're saying it's going to have the park closed more, but I agree with you that a cleaner lake sooner is a nice thing to have. But the other thing I wanted to say regarding all of the parks and open spaces, it's interesting that Sherry pointed out that the activity for the CIP for parks and open space for 2022-2023 is 490,000. And then for the following fiscal year, it's over 4.4 million, and then the year after that, it's almost 2.7 million. So we're planning a lot of park and open space CIP in 2023-24, 2024-25, and I agree with what you're saying about if there's things we could do now. I like hearing your thoughts that why not see what things we could do now. That's my thoughts.
All right, so if I can get some form of agreement here to move this up, if you're saying it can be done, I'd like to get it done. So,
Yes.
thank you.
If I may, Mr. Mayor, I would like to ask if possible that, and I was going to do this on my own accord, but contact the Fish and Wildlife folks to see what they can do to assist us with respect to all of the animals and things that are over there.
Yes.
Because all of the efforts that are going to be put forth with respect to cleaning and refurbishing are all going to be for naught if we end up with.
So part of my understanding is when you say there's going to be a system in place that's going to maintain and clean, that would be something where we'll also maintain the wildlife there as well. So hopefully that's something we will have a working relationship with that department, and if they can come, or we have an organization in place where they'll come and rescue these turtles or something, because there is a lot. When I walk out there, I mean, they're everywhere.
I do not know the intricacies of the Fish and Wildlife Department. I am unaware of programs that may maintain the actual lives of the animals. What is envisioned in this project was to form a system in place that would mitigate their excrement, their feces.
But Sherry makes a good point, though. Even if we have a system in place, and if they just keep on building and building, at some point it's probably going to overwhelm the system, which it has in the past, back in 2002, right? And now where we're at. So I agree with Sherry. We need to have something in place once this is all done to somehow balance the wildlife there. I mean, we wouldn't want to get rid of them all, but at the same time, we have to maintain some form of balance to the wildlife, because after a while, it is unmanageable. And I don't know, we can keep them, obviously we can't keep them flying here, but for the turtles at least, I think the turtles is, when I was my kids were young, I gave them some turtles, and man, just in the little aquarium alone, just one turtle causes a mess after a week. But I can't imagine how that lake is with all the, I would say thousands of turtles, not just hundreds, right? There's just so many.
So I fully agree with you, Mr. Mayor. What I'm suggesting is that we would have to investigate the possibilities and the intricacies of the actual maintenance and relocation of animals, if possible.
Yeah, I hope that would be part of whoever department would be in charge of that. But I think that'd be good to moving forward after the construction and the maintenance and all that stuff, that we have a system in place to maintain it. If it means having volunteers in the city a rescue company or something that will come and take these turtles. I'm more concerned about the turtles than the ducks, because the ducks we can't really control when they fly here, and we can't allow anybody to take them because they're protected. But the turtles,
Yeah, the mallards are federally protected.
Yes.
However, I just was mentioning it as an opportunity for us to now do some research before this project begins,
Absolutely.
if you're okay with that. Because we're going to end up, I mean, I've been here 30 years, it's going to end up in sadly, the same position. The park gardeners are amazing. They come in early. They come in on Saturday mornings to clean the sidewalks and things, so the patrons don't have to experience walking through that. But there's just so many.
And then also, I don't know, this is probably something separate from the budget, but maybe visit do we have a municipal code in regards to making it a crime to bring these animals and abandon them at our lake, so that way we can have something in place and we have signs up, displaying and educating our community that, one, you shouldn't be feeding these animals and encouraging them to come here, and then two, and I know we have those signs already, but and two, bringing your pets and then being caught dumping them in the lake, and there may be people coming and catching them and taking them back home too as pets. I'm not sure, but there should be something in place where we can regulate that as well. That's something separate later we can entertain, but I think education is key at that lake. That's our only one that we have, and it's kind of out of control when it comes to the wildlife. Thank you, Sherry, for bringing that up, and thank you. Any other discussion on that?
Yeah. Sherry, you mentioned the 2002, 2001 council, and I was on that. And I remember all the things that we were forbidden from doing, based on federal law and so forth. Can you, out of our archives, give council a photograph of the landscaping that we used to have, and what the ducks have eaten, pulled out, and so forth? I mean, it's amazing at what a wasteland we have there that compared to what used to be there. And I'm not sure I've seen turtles out, pulling those out. And I'm not sure too many people are looking at turtle soup and grabbing the turtles out. But, I agree. We need to look at see what we can do, even on a broader basis than what we looked at before.
And as our city manager says all the time, these parks are loved to death. I was a guest at a party at Heritage a couple weeks ago, and I can't tell you how many people were up on that island.
Oh, yeah.
Enjoying it. And I think a lot of it is foot traffic. There's
no doubt that people love our parks, our open space. I mean, there's people that come from other cities. I think it's better than even our city, but they come here because of our parks.
Right.
Huntington Beach is a good example. I bumped into the residents that drove all the way out here. I'm like, you're in Huntington Beach. You have the beach. We come here because of Heritage Park.
Right.
And so that's why we need to maintain that park, and it would be nice. And then I think one of the things Council Member Solanke brought up is there's a lot of photography at that park every single weekend, and a lot of them are not residents, and so there's that burden of us taking on that extra crowd. I know there were suggestions in the past to me on personal level. What other cities, what they do is they require permits for professional photography, not just the average person going to take pictures, but when they're doing professional photography, weddings and stuff like that, other cities require that you have to pull a permit because it's a business. But we can't obviously enforce that because we don't have personnel to enforce that.
Well, it's funny, thank you for mentioning that, because I, as a guest a few weeks ago, witnessed 13 large-scale parties on the island and around the park. And I mentioned it to the city manager, and he authorized us to do a study, have the commission look at it, and then ultimately bring it to the council for approval. We have to do something. We are the only city in the area that does not have a permit process, even if it's a nominal fee. Even if it's appointments, so that we can control the number of people, would be very helpful. And so that's what we're going to be working on in the near term. And you're right, it's not for residents to go and take photos of their family during Christmas or anything, but these are large-scale 20 to 30 person parties that just bottleneck that island. And it's not fair for a resident who makes a reservation on the island shelter and can enjoy it, because we've got all of these folks up there. So.
And you're right, people tend to flow the path of least resistance, and when other cities have these ordinances and then we don't,
Right.
That's where they show up. It's here, and then they use our parks, and then the residents can't. So, and I'm not saying we don't want them here. It's just,
Absolutely.
People just need to understand that our parks are just as valuable and should be looked at same as any other city. And I'm glad you're doing that.
Okay, that will also include the sculpture garden, right?
That is correct. So Art did give me the authority to look not just at Heritage, all the parks, but we're just going to push people to another location if we don't include every space that could potentially serve
It's got
as
to
a
be a
photo
city
opportunity.
municipal code, not
That
a
is correct.
heritage municipal code.
That is correct.
By the way, when you look at the landscaping that's been destroyed over at Heritage Park, it's not just the island, it's all the perimeter. And if you go look on the edge of it, you'll see a double wall that used to have lilies in it, right?
Yes.
So there's a whole lot of things that, if you look at what we had originally, and it's quite a significant investment, that we lost.
And again, I our Parks Department and Public Works, they do an amazing job. There's just so many people at these parks. There's only so much they can do to maintain it. So, or things die off and they have to replant. So,
And since we're talking about that, and just in general, this is probably not the place, and I think we already passed it, but in regards to personnel, like over the weekend, I don't know, we have anybody in regards to picking up. I know I had some complaints that I passed on to you, Art, in regards to the trash being just overflowing on the weekends because of the capacity of the visitors, and then the trash not being picked up until maybe that Monday, and then on a windy day, all that trash and debris gets blown into the residential streets right there by Heritage Park too. So something maybe we can look at in regards to bringing back the employees that used to be there to work for the maintenance part of it, to make sure that trash is secured. So that'd be good too. Thank you. Anything to add to that, Barry?
no, we actually it's been a number of years because Greg was still here. Have a company that we have come out on Saturdays and Sundays because if I'm a resident and I make a reservation for a shelter, I deserve a clean shelter on Sunday just like I would have on Saturday. And so they come out at 6 a.m. to empty all of the trash. They focus on the rented shelters first, and then they make sure they go around and get all of the trash.
We have that now in place, or we don't have it? We do?
Yes.
Yeah. So I don't know, we need to make sure they're coming out and picking it up, because I'm getting complaints that the trash are just laying around.
Yeah.
And it's just being blown everywhere.
Yeah, I will. I'll contact them tomorrow, but they do come out very early in the morning, so they can drive their truck around to pick up all the trash and dump it.
All right, thank you. Anything else on this section? Okay, and any other CIPs that you want to focus on or look at, or staff you want to highlight real quick?
Yes, I do, Mr. Mayor. On page 297, project number 14088. If we could get staff to talk about that.
Let me just find the page.
Residential street rehabilitation.
Yes, ma'am. Is there a specific question? Or would you like me to just
Yes.
exemplify the work that
Yes.
is entailed? This is a program that Public Works performs on a yearly basis ongoing to maintain specifically residential streets in block format. In other words, we won't work on one specific street and go across the city and work on another. We maintain streets within that given localized neighborhood. Along with the asphalt itself, it's a holistic approach. We will install and or upgrade curb ramps at the same time to current ADA standards, as well as, due to ADA necessities, we will replace existing trees that have damaged sidewalk and curb and gutter. So we perform a three-pronged, if you will, approach to this project on a yearly basis. We will hire separately a trees contractor, we will hire separately a concrete contractor, and then thirdly, we will hire an asphalt contractor, given with this budget that we are allotted per fiscal year. The locations that are selected throughout the city are based largely upon the pavement condition. In this current situation, these current times, due to significant increases in labor costs and material costs, we tend to fix worst first the worst streets, the worst asphalt conditions first, and from there on repair other streets that aren't in such bad conditions. So this next fiscal year, or I should say this next upcoming council meeting, in fact, Public Works will be presenting before you two projects, in fact, two contractors, I should say, on this same project for this fiscal year, for the concrete award and for the potential trees award contract for this particular project for this fiscal year. We have currently out to bid the asphalt portion of this fiscal year that we will be bringing at a later date. So in an essence, that is what we perform. That's the type of service that we perform in a neighborhood-wide basis. Inadvertently, due to the trees that are causing damage within the neighborhoods, this also tends to augment the pine tree reforestation program. In essence, we remove anywhere between 30 to almost 50 trees, pine trees, which on top of the trees that are slated for removal as part of the pine tree reforestation program. So in that essence, it almost has a two-pronged approach as well for the pine tree reforestation.
The question is, for 2021 to 2022, we had 1.6 million. Then 22, 23, 1.2. Moving forward, it's just $1 million. Why are we going down?
It was a matter of timing and COVID. This program is funded through SB1 funds, and during COVID years, we had to curtail back a little bit of our projects in our areas. And so in 21-22, we were able to use funds that had been reserved as part of the SB1 funds. We were able to do a little bit larger of an area. And for this next fiscal year, we propose using the entirety of the SB1 funds, plus augmenting it with a little bit with Measure M funds. For ongoing years at this time, we envision using only the SB1 funds. So at this time, we envision $1 million ongoing after that. However, it's council's discretion to augment or detract as they see fit.
Yeah, and I'm sure for all of us here who have precinct walked and walked our neighborhoods, we've seen the damage to our residential streets and the danger it poses also to our seniors as they walk. Some may have walkers, to those that, even for kids that are roller skating or riding their bike, some of those concretes have lifted up where it's almost like a ramp, right? And also driving down right in back of Nixon Elementary, there's Horst Avenue, the back part of Nixon Elementary, it's Horst Avenue. I mean, you really have to slow down and drive there because if you drive too fast, you actually bottom out because the street has buckled up. I really believe in investing in our neighborhoods, making safe. Are they talking about me? I really believe in investing in our residential streets and our neighborhoods and safety for our residents. I don't know. Is there a way we can enhance this project to fund more monies into it? Some kind of council consensus on that?
I think in regards to this item, it's actually very important that we do address this issue because I know on JPIA, and I've talked to Art many times, we're one of the cities with the highest claims when it comes to curb and street claims, and we're higher than some bigger cities than us. And I still don't know really the reason behind, other than the fact that we're a Tree USA or USA Tree City that we win every single year, which is nice. But if we're not maintaining it, then for the safety of our residents, then that's an issue. And if we're one of the highest claimed cities for our insurance authority, that concerns me as well. So I don't know if we should focus on preventive issues and lower our premiums, or go on the way we normally go and keep on paying higher premiums, but at the risk of our residents getting hurt and filing these claims. So there's something that we got to balance, right? And so I would like to see, I like to see an increase in sidewalks and tree repairs or tree trimming and sidewalk repairs because our residents out there expect it, and also our claims are high. And it shows that it is an issue. So I would like to focus, and I agree with Councilmember Johnson that we should allocate additional funds into our team. But the problem is not the money, it's the staff and contracting out and getting companies to come here and do it. Every city has this issue. Every city has employee issues. I don't think it's the money issue that we don't have. It's the be able to actually do it with the staff that we have. If that means we have to hire more employees or contract out, but all these contract companies are also being stretched thin throughout all the cities because being on JPIA, every city is requesting them to come trim trees, fix sidewalks. So I agree with you. I think we do need to focus on that and lower our premiums as well.
And I have seen, the homes here in Cerritos are just so beautiful, right? Residents here, homeowners invest in beautifully paved driveways and entrances to their home, and I've seen the significant damage done to their driveways. Some people have paved driveways, significant damage done to them, and it's unfair to them that it's being damaged by our tree root system.
If I may, it is our intention to bring forth to the council an informative report on the current state of all arterials and residential streets and a history of the dollar amounts that have been allocated towards the maintenance thereof in an upcoming council meeting. And perhaps that could bring to light the question of current state of residential streets and of arterial streets and potential amounts that council may or may not choose to allocate.
And I'd like that if we can also, I'm sorry, Bruce, real quick, include a report on regards to our claims and the numbers and why. And I don't know if that's something risk management we need to look at and how we can work to lower those claims and work with our residents to make sure they're safe. So I would like a report on that as well, in addition to what you're talking about.
Okay. Mayor, the part that I was going to ask was, can that report work with the JPIA to do the link that the mayor was talking about? Because there's definitely I've heard this from Carol Chin when she was on the same position. We're hearing it from Chung also. We should get that information from the JPA, because if they're saying and I've heard it now twice from two different representatives, that a member of the executive board, that if we have the highest amount of claims, I'd like to see have them work with you to make that report show the cause and effect on it. It's going to mean a lot more, be a lot easier to address the issue if we have all the facts. What I personally, I really don't want to see a report that just repeats a history and doesn't show the cause and effect and a path forward to address the issue. I mean, because I'm well aware, I just shared, Fullerton has far worse sidewalks, with tree root issues than we do. I mean, we're talking about a little ramp. They're like 2 feet.
Wow.
So it's all cities aren't the same, and I'm not sure whether Fullerton's a member or not, of the JPIA. But the whole process is that we need to have, all the facts laid out for us.
I've asked Art and also JPIA to work together as well, and that time is coming, hopefully in the near future, in regards to giving us a report on that, or at least a report to staff so we can work with them. The report hopefully will be in detail in regards to what best practices of other cities as well, and how it's been done over there, and why we here are sustaining more claims when other cities are having bigger issues, and yet their claims are lower. So I want to know what best practices, and I know I've talked to you, and I don't know, you need council consensus to finally get staff to contact JPIA and get this moving, because I want a report, and if anything, I want to meet with JPIA as well and their personnel so we can address this issue with the claims, because this has been going on for a long time, and I just can't accept the reasoning that we just don't have the staff to make sure that our sidewalks and trees at a level that our residents expect. I know every city has their issues. Like I said, staff is a problem. And this is not isolated just to Cerritos, and other cities are worse than us, but we're Cerritos, and I think we should address it here. I can't address Fullerton, I can't address LA. As a council here, I can address Cerritos, and I would like to have that report from JPIA.
And if I may, also, as we do move forward on improvement on our residential streets and as a courtesy to our residents, I know that you provide reports to the council and for our residents, a simplified version, even if it's a graph or infographic. I'm a firm believer in just a simple message to the residents. Like you had mentioned, projects are done block by block, just letting them know what blocks have been completed, what blocks are in the pipeline. Very simple, that could be put up on our social media or on our website, just so that they know and have something to look forward to.
Thank you for bringing it up. Any other comments? I want to follow up in regards to that, and I'm glad you brought it because it slipped my mind, is that our social media platform is good, but it can be better. I would like to have our staff look into having a Twitter account and also an Instagram account. Those are the two systems actually that other cities use for information, just like Linda was talking to push out to the community. It doesn't take much more effort other than just posting it onto the account that we do already. And I would like for us to start looking at Twitter and Instagram. Twitter is being used by other cities as emergency contact type or emergency information. And when things happen, the residents get tweeted out. And I know, Daryl, you send text messages through Neighborhood Watch. This is another layer above that, I think, because the text messages are great. But then the text messages, go to this website to look at it, versus Twitter will just give you that info immediately on the spot. So I'd like to have we kind of started 2 years ago with Facebook, and we kind of went in that direction. Now it's been 2 years. I think our Facebook page is great. I think it serves a great informational basis. Now let's branch out now, and I think Instagram and Twitter would be the next step in that direction. I'm hoping that we can do that.
I agree with the direction you're going in. And for years, every time this comes up, I vote for more social media, and we got stuck on this Facebook. It's not a Facebook page, it's a Facebook group. And other cities, like you said, have Twitter and Instagram and a Facebook page with that the residents can engage with us on all three. And every time this has come up, I always lose the vote to have these social media engagement with our residents. And right now we just have a Facebook group that is purely one-sided information. But I agree with what you said about Twitter and Instagram, and I've wanted that for years.
Actually, at the conference, there was a workshop on social media, and I've had the privilege and honor to actually be the field deputy for Supervisor Hahn, and I oversaw 6 cities, and I've seen the way they push out communication to their residents, and they have some of these cities have a very robust social media accounts. I think we could do better on our Facebook page. Just as Frank said, it's a group. It should be an official, like it says, official Facebook page of City of Cerritos. And until now, it says like America Cerritos. And I don't know if we can fix that, but I really do think we could look into revamping that to be a more engaging communication to our residents. And I actually welcome public comments on our Facebook page. Other cities do it as well. It's not that we have to respond to it, but unless you hear from the residents, you don't know what the pulse of the community is. And that's what I depend on, is what the pulse of the community is, and you only get that when you get folks to respond or comment on Facebook. Yes, that's going to take an employee to sit there and go through it all the time, and even if it's somebody that has to sit there and read them and go through it, I think it's important for us to have that, to know what's going on. I tell you, Facebook, folks out in the community know first before we know what's going on. So I agree. We should really look into enhancing our social media. And to be in the 21st century, right? We're Cerritos.
I'm big on social media, but having staff, I think monitoring comments and possibly responding, I think that's going to be not very practical for our staff. I don't mind having the comments, but I don't think the expectation of staff should be that they need to monitor.
No response. I don't think there should be a response.
And as you know, your social media, and Frank, I think yours is pretty big too. By the time you get to it, you probably lost 30, 40 messages, and to have to go back and review them all. I just think if comments is something that's important to our residents, they just have to know that staff isn't monitoring it, but if they want to comment so other residents can also read it, I think that's where the angle that a lot of people are taking this is that we want comments on our Facebook, but they should know that our staff isn't there to monitor that. So why then have comments so they can comment so other people can also read it that are following that page? So I'm good with that, but there shouldn't be an expectation that our staff are monitoring it. The whole point of that social media is for information for the city. We broadcast out to the residents so they know what we're doing. But then if we're going to have someone sit there, I think that's going to be another line item. I know some cities, and I think there was a report brought to the council one year. The cost was in the like $80,000 to $70,000 for personnel to just be on social media only. And I know one of that personnel was at the city of Torrance, and I'm not going to comment on that. But it is a line item. I think it's an expense item that we shouldn't burden our staff when we can do other things with that. But I'm open with now 2 years later, we can open up the comments. But there should be an expectation that staff does not have to monitor that. So I'm good with that. But that's the consensus.
Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, I do apologize for interrupting, but I know that we've gone off on a couple of different topics, and we do want to make sure that we want to have accuracy on what should be coming back as consensus or what are comments. So if you would indulge me for just a moment, and certainly not to push the council in any specific direction, but there was a comment made about claims and a report coming back, but maybe it's just the way that I'm facing. I did not know if that was something that was a consensus item or one council member mentioning that, but I want to make sure that if there are consensus expectations, that it's very clear so that we can memorialize it for the record.
Thank you, Vita, for making that clear.
We want JPI has to become.
I think so you just need consensus for the report with in correlation with JPIA in regards to the claims.
Well, that's at that point we started going off on a number of different topics, so I want to make sure before we go
Thank
forward.
you for bringing it back. Okay, so can I get consensus to have staff work with JPI to bring back a report to council in regards to the claims that have been submitted? So that's a big yes right there. And then moving forward, the other item would be social media. To bring back an agenda, it has to be an agenda item. It has nothing to do with the budget, right?
Correct, and that's going to probably have a hefty analysis along with it.
Yeah.
Okay, so bring back a report on social media in regards to having our Facebook be a Facebook page to allow for comments, and then also to have Twitter and Instagram as part of our social media platform.
Yes.
Okay.
And back to the residential street rehabilitation, are we going to wait for the JPIA report before we decide to increase the budget on that?
Correct.
Okay. And that kind of ties in also with project number 13086 on the wheelchair accessible ramps. That too. I feel that's very important that we address that and increase the number.
I'm sorry, that's one that's been ongoing for more than 1 or 2 decades.
Yeah, I think every year we designate certain locations when we rehabilitate the streets. They also do the handicap ramps as well.
If I may,
We have an allocation of $25,000 a year for handicap ramps for one-offs. Put them in every major project.
Yeah. I'm sorry, Art, going to add to that?
I'm sorry, I didn't.
Art, you need Art to repeat?
No.
No. Let's let Dario jump in there. Go ahead.
Thank you. If I may, that particular project is an allocation, a yearly allocation that is funded by a special fund that is used to specifically add 1 or maybe possibly up to 5 curb ramps based upon a special needs request. So if a resident has special needs for a handicap ramp, a disabled access ramp that does not currently exist within their neighborhood, that allocation of funds is there to create those disabled access ramps completely outside of the residential rehabilitation program.
So if nobody requests for the year, then
Then it can be allocated towards either a arterial street,
Okay.
or it can be allocated towards a residential street project.
Could, Darius, can you also share about the history? The requirements by the federal government keep changing. We've had to go back over and replace ones that we put in. So I got a hunch that that trend continues, will never be done.
So thank you for the comment, Mayor Pro Tem. You are correct that throughout the past 20, 25 years, the requirements for disabled access ramps have changed, primarily within their slopes, how steep or how shallow a particular slope needs to be. The City of Cerritos currently follows its own standard, which is more stringent or more conservative than Caltrans' existing standards. As of current, our standard is slightly more stringent than the most stringent, which is, again, the Caltrans standard. So we do not envision anytime soon having to redo any existing curb ramps that we have done within the past 10 or so years. But correct, there are a few curb ramps that were done approximately 15 to 20 years ago that would need to be updated in order to fully comply with the ADA guidelines as they are currently described. Each curb ramp is approximately $5,000 to $7,000 as bid.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Anything else? In regards to capital improvements? Anything else for the rest of the budget book? Anything else? Okay, I have one thing. Just so I'm almost. This is obviously not part of CIP, but in regards to hours at Senior Center, I want to talk about that in regards to bringing back pre-COVID hours if we can. I know staff is going to be an issue. I know that seniors out there were used to those hours pre-COVID, and our seniors would like to have that back. And I don't know if that's something we can research in regards to bringing the hours back. But I know art staff is at a premium right now, and if we don't have it, if there's a way we can figure it out to bring those hours back. The other thing is to the bus hours. I know that I think before the bus hours were conducive for the students to catch before school starts and after school, but right now the hours appear to be by the time the bus gets to the schools, the kids already are in school, and so a lot of the kids haven't been able to use it. And after school, by the time they get out, the buses are already stopped. So I don't know if we can bring that also back to pre-COVID days, where I think they run at 7 in the morning. I think right now, Kristen, can you fill me in on that?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, as a result of COVID, our Cerritos on Wheels bus service hours changed to operate from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Recently, as in last week, I was in contacts with the superintendent's office of both ABC Unified as well as Bellflower Unified. The council's knowledge, new state legislation changed the hours to which high school and middle schools can start. Essentially, they have to start later, but elementary schools can start earlier. And so I last week had conversations, as I mentioned, with Bellflower and ABC Unified to get their school schedules so that both myself and the city manager, as well as council, can reassess, allowing for earlier hours of operation in the morning. We don't ever get any complaints or concerns regarding the 5 p.m. closure, but we can definitely look at that if it's the council's desire to operate back to 7 or 8 p.m., which was pre-COVID hours.
Yeah, the issue I heard in regards to the 5 p.m. is that if it's 5 p.m., they're at the yard. And so to get there, it takes a while to take the route. So they miss some of those stops. They've already passed some of those stops just to get to the yard by 5, whereas before the hours were later. So those stops are being met during the hours when the kids get off. So by the time, so the hours right now, they're already past that stop to get to their yard by 5. So I think that's the issue. And then same thing in the morning. I think right now they start at what time you said?
9 a.m.
Yeah, see, yeah, class is already in session by then.
Yeah.
For most of the kids. So yeah, we can look at that, and if we can schedule it in the way those stops actually land, before school starts, where the schools are. So that means that the kids along the way can pick it up before that bus gets to that school, before actual school starts. And I think right now, I don't know the planning, but it seems like they're already long gone past the stop before school starts. So.
Yes,
Thank
we
you.
can look at that. I also have a call in with the community college as well to see what their return to school looks like for the 22-23 school year. And so all of that information will be provided to council either by memorandum or agenda report soon with those findings and the impacts that would, or what would be needed to operate the COW service come August or September at full service.
Yeah, and I know Vita's over there wondering, is this consensus or not? So I'm going to make sure. Yeah, go ahead, Frank.
These are, you are right. These are important city concerns and resident concerns, and I agree with you. Would you please consider including the library?
We can, what do you want in regards to including the library?
The analysis of the hours.
Okay. Yeah, I'm good with that. So let's make a consensus item, because Vita over here probably has a list, and she's scratching at me right here. In regards to senior center hours, we want a consensus separate, or you want to do all three together?
I think it would be easier to do each separately because they are assigned to different departments by the city manager, and it just makes it easier to manage the list.
So if I can get consensus or no consensus in regards to reevaluating the hours at senior center, bring it back to pre-COVID, I'll say yes. Anyway.
Yes.
Here. Okay, we have consensus. And then also the bus hours for the students, to reevaluate that and bring it back to council. Can I get consensus, please?
Yes.
Okay, yes for me. And then I know Frank said that he wants consensus in regards to the library hours to bring it back, just to look at that. So I'll agree with that as well.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Anything else? If that's it, anything from staff, Art, anything to add?
Thank the council and our staff for the time given to this evening. Our great staff stayed all the way. Feel free to come in late tomorrow about 8:10. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Art, and absolutely thank you to all the staff members that brought this to our meeting. It's not over yet. We're not done. There's a lot to be worked on still. And I know all of you will do a great job and bring back a budget that's going to be acceptable to council and also to the residents, and hopefully a balanced budget. And we're going to have great projects moving forward. I do appreciate every single effort that every single member of the staff has put in. I look at you guys, and you guys are tired, but I'm tired too. But I don't think anyone here is going to be more tired than me. But it is very appreciated, and it means a lot to us and the residents as well. So thank you so much. And with that,
If I may, Mr. Mayor, real
Sure.
quickly, I want to call out Jeff for all of his hard work.
all right, Jeff, front and center.
All of,
No, not that much. Just say thank
all
you.
of the time, no matter what time I would come to City Hall over the weekend, he's there.
Yeah. Are we paying him overtime?
Absolutely not.
Okay, then you can continue to come
Then you
in
can
on your
come
own
7
time.
days.
Yeah, because there's no making up your own overtime. Okay, that's going to add to the budget. So thank you, Jeff. Thank you for your staff as well, Ryan and everybody else. Meeting is now adjourned. Thank you.